Hello, everyone! Welcome back to Tales of Vesperia. We are in the Forgotten Shrine at Bactian. We have lost our healer. And we have lost our archer. We're not not especially pleased by either of those events. But we do have a heal point, so we're actually gonna...
We're gonna kill some things. Maybe try to get enough money to, like, do everything we want to do in, like, a single town visit.
We should really enjoy these little times together. Is that it? Dragon Upper! Punishing Beast Flash! Destruction Street! Meet thy judgment upon the evil before Luna Rondo! Dragon Swarm!
I don't know about all that, Jay.
What?
I said I don't know about all that.
What I do? What about all what?
About your whole comment of get enough money. I was still laughing from get enough money to actually be able to do what we want.
Hey man, look, I might complain about it, but at least it's not Dragon Quest or Dragon Warrior or whatever, right? I remember going to a town and realizing I can purchase
So can we just go all out?
maybe 2 weapons and no armor for my entire party. And I'm like, I was in that dungeon for an hour! How much money do you expect to get from me?
That's real not great. I don't... So, I'll be honest, like... I accept things like, you know, gold in video games like this, because, you know, there's a certain air of, like, logical sense to it. Oh, you've got to pay good. You've got to pay something for the goods that you're receiving. Yeah, that's fine. But let's be honest, at the end of the day, all they are... We're doing some Vesperia, misplaying Judith. Judith is really fun. All it is resource management and an additional, like, game time, right? Like, those are nozzle or dials that a dev can tweak to say,
Don't press anything.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead. Just don't. There's something on screen I want to point out.
Okay.
Done.
There are the. Are you talking? Is it the up on?
Yeah, the fuck is up.
I don't know. The fuck is up. I don't know what that is.
The fuck is up.
I don't know. I don't know what that is.
Does he have the thing where it's like his max HP goes up periodically?
Oh, I think he does. Maybe that's what that is.
Like, you get a visual representation.
It's really cool if you do get a visual representation. So, like, the whole spending money on something, right? Those are legitimately just dials in a game. If you ever turn the dial as a dev, if you ever turn that dial to, you need to seek out more fights than just running through a dungeon, then you have fucked up, right?
You have artificially...
You have fucked up because you have artificially inflated the game, because you are then requiring the player to spend more time playing your game to acquire the currency necessary to play the game, right? Like, it's not even... and that's the thing, right? Games that do well in that scenario will have chase items or other ways for you to spend the resources that you acquire, right? So that people who do want to grind do not feel like they are missing out or don't have anything that they can achieve with it, right? But your basic equipment, like going to the next town and buying full sets of basic equipment for your people, should never be more than just whatever the basic amount of fights going through a dungeon right before that is, right? Or close to that approximation, right? Like, I'm not gonna bitch if some dev is like, well, I just tweaked the dial slightly, so you get like 90% of the way there. Okay, fine, right? But it's the games where it's like, I spent an hour in that dungeon. I did not skip any fights. I can buy 60% of the new shit. That sucks. That sucks.
That does suck.
Real hard. Right?
You are right.
Do not do that. Ay, 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 ay. It did. Yeah, that's gotta be what the up is. I can't think of anything else. It's gotta be.
Agreed.
What did we get? Attack! Attack, attack!
Are they all
Attack,
together?
attack.
Stay composed.
Oh, sorry.
You know what?
Nope.
Advanced neutral. Sorry. It's a fighting game joke. I was fighting an enemy and I had him knocked down and I felt like he was going to get up and hit me, so I blocked. And then he blocked and we were just staring at each other blocking.
Nice.
Okay, let's go.
Oh god, we're running out of food.
I just keep getting.
We're super running out of food. The thing. I put him on heal. I wonder if that'll work. We'll see. I just want him running around nice aid smashing people.
We'll destroy them in no time. How's this? Oh, caprice of innocent
Gaia
waters.
bug.
I don't know, but he just threw it at Judith and missed.
Caprice of innocent waters. This is it. Oh, caprice of innocent waters.
Swift and certain.
I mean, that's pretty cool.
You get 3 off.
I can't cook anything. Our cooking days are done. What can we even
They're
cook?
not done, they're just postponed.
Okay, let's see if any of these things are on our list. Fish with miso sauce. Is that on our list? We got miso soup. We got pork miso soup. We got more miso soup. No. Is tempura on our list? I don't think so. I don't see it. Sorbet is definitely not on our list. Pudding! Pudding is on our list. Pudding is on the list. Okay. Yuri needs to make pudding
Does he?
in order to create cake.
Did we? Oh, I thought we already had cake.
Do we?
No,
do not.
I don't think so. We were talking about Patty liking,
Yes.
but she didn't make cake, so it couldn't be a Patty cake.
Yes.
And I was like, that was a missed opportunity.
Yes. That restores 20% TP, so that's kind of a lot.
Damn, that's good.
I guess go ham on TP.
Oh, caprice of innocent waters.
Yup, and that's pretty. That's a fun one. Roll it up, turn around 180 beats. Up, round.
You thought thought you could win? Too bad.
Too bad.
Finish that one.
I've unlocked new
Stronger and stronger.
Nice. I'm still learning that one thing, right? Yes, I need to use that spell more. Ear key. Spell was that? Yeah, I gotta do that quite a few more times. Yike. How much does a limbic cost? Only costs 4. I have a new weapon. Ah, Gale. Okay. Put a limbic back on. Why do I have that on? What? Jay, what the fuck is this shit?
What is what shit?
Magic, magic 2, sure. Critical magic, sure. Stun magic, sure. Light magic? Oh, right. No. Overcast. No. No. I mean, I can see where these are useful, but I don't want them right now. No. 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 Why do I have that on? Why do they just turn things on? I swear to God. When would I have ever turned that on?
Like for real, if you equip a piece of gear that has that on there, it automatically turns it on, and when you take that piece of gear off, it doesn't turn it back off.
No. I hate it. Thanks, I hate it. I have that on. Why do I not have that on? That's what I want.
Because it's 16.
There's a lot. There's a whole bunch. Where am I going to find those points?
That's the neat part. You don't.
You don't. Well, we don't need Spirit Absorb. And honestly, we don't need Experience Share.
You're gonna have to drop something.
I don't need that fucking HP. Perfect. Alright. See how that goes. Fight me, you coward!
Together now.
Stop trying to fight me and fight me.
You can't. This'll hurt.
Whoops, sorry.
Whoa, what happened to the screen? Wow, the screen just gets dark when you cast that?
Yeah.
That's funny.
Oh, that was a nice little break.
Pudding.
We'll destroy them in no time.
It's crazy how much TP we're regenerating.
Crazy how much damage I'm doing.
When you're not cutting it in half.
Yeah. He's gonna walk at that guy.
I'm gonna slowly, menacingly walk over there to him.
Nice. God damn it. The fucking no damage from spells
Yeah,
when you're
that
knocked
feels
down.
bad. That genuinely feels bad.
It really does.
I don't like it. And that's especially bad for you because the cast time and
Really?
investment on just getting those spells off,
The
just to
big
have that
ones?
completely ignored
Yeah.
because he's getting up.
Punishing beast! Disturbing power now unleashed. Meet thy judgment upon the Luna Rondo! Coil beam! Disturbing power now unleashed. Meet thy judgment upon the evil before me.
That was a fine bit of training.
What was that spell that her verbal components were literally blah blah blah?
It was this one.
What was that spell?
I think I don't know, but I think that's actually a voice line that she can get with several spells.
Oh,
Because there's
Okay.
actually like a grinding strategy called the blah 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 wave.
Based!
huh?
Based!
It uses
That shit
tidal.
sounds made up, homie.
It uses tidal wave, and it uses it's for grinding grade, but it uses tidal wave and a bunch of like specific parameters
Was I a little
to
hard on
basically
you?
just do stupidly high infinite combos with tidal wave. And so you can just jack up your grade really, 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 really high to buy whatever the fuck you want.
Like, so you can start another game with all the good shit.
Yes, yeah.
Ooh, that's-
But yeah, it's called the blah 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 wave because blah 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 is one of the things she says for tidal waves. But I think she says it for multiple things, right? Obviously she says it for multiple things because we heard it without tidal wave being cast. I think it might be one of the things that she says when she's learning a new spell, because maybe she's just like, oh shit, I don't know what this is, blah blah blah.
The verbal components are blah blah blah.
Well, yeah, right? Which, you know, that seems funny to me, but I don't know that that is actually the case. So I'm just kind of guessing there.
That'd be funny if, like, in D&D, when you're given a magical item and a character attunes to it, and like at the moment that time lapses and they attune to it and it has a command word, it's to be like, give me a command word now or it unatttunes. And they're like,
Okay. Use your command word. You know, with him being set on healing, we actually are doing significantly better on. He just runs over there and nice aid smashes people.
Based!
So that's good.
Just like,
It's nice aid
was too
smashes
short.
people. It's not
that's
bad.
what he's supposed to be doing.
What did that
Blah,
other
blah,
thing
blah.
that he got do?
I don't know.
What was
I
it?
can never see the name because somebody's always doing something else.
Gaia bug.
Gaia
Throw
bug.
random treasures from your bag. Okay. Sure thing, boss.
Sure do love me some random.
What?
From behind?
Fantastic.
Oh.
I'm Patty now.
I ran into him!
What's this? No way! You can't win!
Why I gotta play this offensive child.
Yeah, but she blasts.
This is bad. You can't win! No way!
That's pretty good.
This wasn't supposed to happen.
You're healing us. It's great, Jay.
Huh? Resound, O cry of victory!
Well, that went pretty
All
terribly.
right.
Good job.
Thanks.
Back to
We
our
should
regularly
really enjoy
scheduled
these little
program.
times together.
Dragon Swarm.
Was I a little hard on you?
Ugh.
Up, 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 up.
Foes. I have an answer for you. Beast.
Did Sam Riegel just yell foes?
Blazing.
I mean, that sounds like something you'd say, right?
I guess.
You can't win. Beast.
Nice aid smash!
Rising Falcon.
It's not as good as the gravity circle thing, but
Honor is a knight.
it's pretty okay.
I've unlocked new strength.
Happiness.
Nice. Ugh. That's gonna take so much.
Yeah, literally half of my total available pool of points. At least to turn on all three.
Yeah. Starting to think we just... Oh, well, it doesn't look like we have set you up anyways, because you got a bunch of shit that we otherwise would not have given you. Let's, put you on a new weapon, shall we? Preferably not one that sucks. That's a good one.
Tsurugi.
Okay. Don't think we want the magics. Reflect does seem okay, but that's expensive. Defend, defend 2, resist 2, resist 3. Those seem good. Fuck item thrower. Fuck backstep, you're not going to use it. Item pro, probably not. Recover, probably not. HP relax. Recover HP gradually by not doing anything in battle? What the fuck? You're grilling
That sounds
burgers because you
super
can't say
helpful.
anything? She says blah 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 during over limit because there's no cast time. Nice!
Oh
That's
my
what it is.
god.
That's what it
Okay.
is.
That is so good.
I knew there was a reason for it. I could not come up
That's
with what the
really
reason
good.
was.
That's really good. I like that.
Alright, well, happiness you. You don't have enough for life up. We will vitality you. We'll spirit you. Can't spirits 3 you. That's kind of cool. That booster. Alright, let's go get healed and maybe progress a little bit. I say that as I run into another
Together
thing.
now.
Is that it?
Beast.
Blah blah blah.
Demonic chaos.
I was about to say, am I really gonna get this cast off? Oh. We got like 20k there. That was a good little sesh.
Yeah. Yeah.
You gonna play this game now? Sadly, you have no way to do so while you're on this work trip. Aw.
Hmm.
I really want to play, now that we've played a fair amount of this, I really want to play Tales of the Abyss again. Because I have
We'll
really...
put that one up on the chopping block once we're done with the...
Yeah.
Either...
I have really fond memories of that game, and I'm hoping it holds up.
Uh-oh!
So, if we hit these, they light up for a certain amount of time. But I don't know what else the fuck they do. Okay, there's none of them in here. I guess let's just clear out this room. It's your favorite Tales game? I remember being very fond of it. But over the years, over the last several years, as I've been replaying old games, I have been like, oh, this game does not hold up to my memory, so I am a little worried about playing it again.
Nice AIDS. Man.
That was a fine bit of training.
You played it last year, and to you it still holds up? Good. Good!
Gather round.
Don't get me wrong, there are plenty of games that I think do still hold up. So I'm not going into it just completely, like, expecting to be like, never mind. But I have had enough to caution myself.
Yeah.
Oh, victory pose!
The way those
You
guards
too?
say
Oh,
"gah,"
hell no.
and the way you can hit them and they'll just repeat it over. This is stupid. I don't even know why I'm saying this out loud. It reminds me of the way Legolas says
Gather round.
the last syllable of Isengard in that fan-made song of they're taking the office to
Isengard,
Isengard. Gah, 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 gah.
Yeah. I get you.
That's so stupid.
That was a squirrely line of thought. Absolutely.
Yeah, look, man. It's like I got the thought in my mind and I'm like, it did not cross my mind that I didn't have to share that till I was already like halfway through it. And I'm like, fuck.
You know what? I should probably get the hold
That
spell
will suffice.
in order to, like, when I realize I'm about to finish a cast and someone is on the ground, I can just hold it until they're back up to release it.
That's probably why that's there. Cake!
I feel this power!
Cake!
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 Cakey!
Kicky!
Alright, we have learned cake. Cake does not lead into anything as far as I can see.
It's just cake.
Just cake.
Was it flour, milk, and egg?
Just cake. Milk, eggs, and
egg.
strawberries. Your phone is gonna die soon.
I feel
but you'll
like
still hang around until it
flour
does. Well,
being
I appreciate
excluded from that is kind of a crucial part.
that. Right?
I feel like the strawberry isn't crucial.
The strawberry is not necessary, and there being a lot of things in this cake is gonna make this not a cake at all. No flour. There's no way you're rising this cake, or
Honestly,
I guess
it's
not
like
rising.
I feel like this would make more of a crepe. Like,
Well, crepe is on the list. Just not this particular list. Oh, we're also out of fucking pudding.
Well, you are more than welcome to hang out so long as your phone allows it.
I won't lose.
Alright, I'm just gonna immediately run the big guy here and
I have
do
an answer for
this.
you. Based.
And hit him with the beast.
Blazing
This. And I should. Oh, damn, that was different.
Blazing pillar slash.
Yeah, you have new
Oh,
skills.
wait. No.
You have
Was
new
it-
skills on.
Well, oh, is it because of the weapon?
Let's go.
Yeah.
Or the, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Taking the hobbits to Isengard. God.
You have a problem. Don't disappreciate him for him saying you're allowed to stick around. God
Yeah.
damn it, Jay.
It was sarcastic.
You don't
It
get
wasn't
to-
like a.
Oh.
I'm sorry. It's not. This ain't even my channel. I'm just the guy that hangs out with you periodically.
I don't know. You run the channel whenever it's
I
Saturday.
do not. I don't run shit.
You run the channel when it's Saturday. That's how it works.
I don't run it. It's not mine. It's not on Saturday. Even if it was something I never agreed with. Too. That's a hole in the wall.
Yeah. I don't know what the fuck this thing is.
What? Oh, I don't either.
It's... What do they do? Okay, goes dark. Goes dark. Nothing else here. Nothing else happened. There's lights. I feel like there's gotta be like a third invisible one or something. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Definitely something up.
You know what the definition of insanity is?
What?
That was rhetorical.
What? What's rhetorical?
God damn.
It doesn't work when I do that, does it, Jay?
I don't care.
You big old bitch. All right, I'm not looking at a walkthrough for this. Clearly, that's a secret. I move on. I move on.
We should really enjoy these little times together.
This'll hurt. This'll hurt.
Actually, you should be using.
He just threw a fish.
Excuse me, that's a treasure.
He just threw a fish at
That's the
her.
treasure.
Yeah, okay.
Go read the dialogue. Go read the. It's a treasure. So yeah, you should be using the limit shit to get more casts in.
Yeah.
I'm just using it when it's full because like otherwise, when are we gonna use it?
Sure. I should be getting close.
That's what I was doing to get Raven
35.
stuff learned.
I only
Like,
need 50
I would
more.
just pop it so I could be like, oh, hey, I got 20 in one fight. Nice.
True. Oh, hey!
Mm-hmm. Cool.
No way. Yeah. All right.
Fantastic.
I guess.
Did you just turn into a sim character?
Yes. Thank you for asking. No, I've been attacked.
You like
And my controller.
Alright. Playing too much. Not playing.
I'm so gonna make you hurt.
you like that? This'll hurt.
I'm actually really lucky that they introduced the new harder bosses, because that gives me something to do while I wait for us to get together to do more attempts on the final boss.
That's true.
Bro, these downed enemies, that is the strongest defense any enemy has, is laying on the
Just
ground.
stay on the ground. Well, there are pickup moves. We just don't pay enough attention to worry about those.
Oh, don't get in our way.
But those do exist.
Cool.
What? Ugh! I had to sneeze.
I could tell.
That do anything?
I do not recall. Ain't doing shit.
Doesn't feel like it's doing anything. Okay, there's not like hidden ones there. Okay.
Started playing Onimusha 4,
Huh?
and I think that's the last
So can we
in the
just go all
Onimusha series.
out?
Like, I think there's some like spin-off games that I'm not really that interested in playing. But I will say, like, when it comes to like, it's funny, especially in 4, there are like so many like similarities as I'm seeing between that and like Devil May Cry. They're both Capcom, right? Like the main character in 4 basically just got his devil trigger, right? And you know, even the way he gets it, like, was reminiscent of how Dante did it in Devil May
We
Cry
show
3.
no mercy to enemies. We just
Like,
rip them apart.
Just like the, you know, the powers building up, and he's almost like in a zombie state, kind of slumbering forward as he's being kind of taken over. And it's just like it's such a slow-paced, like, condensed combat experience compared to like something like Devil May Cry, right? And it's fine, but I'm really curious what they're gonna do, because that was a game that came out on the PS2. What are they gonna do in the year of our Lord 2025 or 2026, whenever it comes out? Like, how are they gonna change the game? Because I feel like if they just do what they did in the past, people aren't gonna like it.
Well, I think there will be a nostalgia crowd that will appreciate it, right? At the same time, though, I feel like they can still go slow, because slow doesn't necessarily mean bad. It
Right.
just,
I mean, we have Souls games.
that's what I was gonna say.
Maybe
Like,
so.
if you take a look at like two-handed weapons in Souls games, it can feel really good. fucking greatsword in Monster Hunter, right? Can feel really
Yep.
good. You just have to do it in a very specific way. The hits have to feel chunky. They have to like have impact. And I think with something like Onimusha, it's a. I would love to see. Fuck, how do I say this in a specific way? Because I remember playing 3 fondly, and I remember watching a little bit of the others.
Yep.
And
I remember
I think so. The comparison to like Devil May Cry, I get what you're saying with that. I think it would be.
it's a little apples and oranges. Right?
Yeah,
Like,
it's
I
not the
understand.
same, but like there's a comparison there. But like what I'm saying is I think you can make it feel. You know how there's moments in Sekiro where like sometimes in Sekiro you're running the fuck around and you're dashing and slashing and things are crazy and wild and shit's all over the place and it's oh my god blah, 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 blah. And then there are other times when Sekiro feels very slow and methodical and like almost Tenchu-esque where you're like stalking something and you're assassinating things and etc etc. I think Onimusha could do really well with taking that same kind of methodology, but I also think that I don't know why my mind just really clings to this kind of concept. It needs to be heavily environmental for me, I think. Like I want to see that game where you're like kicking shit over onto people and like slamming things into walls and it mattering and etc etc. I want to see that type of shit because that feels like it would be the right thing for that vibe.
It's weird because like if they're gonna keep slow pace, which is fine. I don't want them to just like I don't want to do what they did in the past, but I also don't want them to just be another Souls clone either, right?
Yeah,
There needs
I
to
don't
be,
want that.
and or I just don't want it to be Sekiro either, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what I want, but I'm
I feel
interested to see what it's going to be.
Sure.
With that kind of shape, I can't tell whether it's supposed to be a human or a monster.
This is a temple after all. This is probably a statue of whatever deity the temple was dedicated to.
You know, it might just be a statue of the Entelekea we saw outside.
Huh? It couldn't be. I mean, a monster, that is. It's a... But they don't even look alike.
No, I think it's possible. The Entelekea have powers beyond those of humans and can speak in our language. It's not strange to think that humans would have worshipped them in ancient times.
The relationship between the Entelekea and humans might be closer than we thought. Maybe they drifted apart during the long, long passage of time, eventually leading to the situation we find ourselves in now.
If that's the case, I wonder just how much we've forgotten.
I'm sure there are things in this world that should never be forgotten.
Patty?
I feel like Judith should probably know more about this, considering her background.
I think
She probably
that
does,
I
and she's probably
prefer
deliberately
the
not
distance
saying
we have
anything.
now to the cozy relationship we had back then.
It's
Treasure
funny
chest.
watching you go through all this huge shit in Metaphor and then coming back to this where the stakes even now still feel way lower. It's kind of crazy.
Though ultimately, right, like the stakes feel and it's just one of perception, right? The stakes in this feel lower, but in reality, I guarantee you the stakes are going to be like the end of the fucking world, right?
Well, eventually.
Like,
I mean, Duke hasn't even been planted as the BBG yet,
sure,
right?
but
Doesn't
we
give a
already
B-bag.
know, right? Like end of the world stakes are on one. We know end of the world stakes are going to be on the table, period, because it's a Tales game.
It's a
and they
Tales
really
game.
always
It's gotta
are.
be.
But we already know Tales stake or the end of the world stakes are on the table because of the whole like child of the full moon, corrupted air drain the world, blah, 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 right? So, even though we still
right
don't
now-
actually know who the big bad is or how this is going to go awry, we still know that it's going to be end of the world.
Right, because like right now the biggest threat that we're
Notice.
so there's a few cogs in place right now. We've got to worry about Estelle and Eoder, right? Because they're on the chopping block. But that's not world threatening. The idea that Estelle is like every time she uses her power, it's using up more air, and it's basically like the equivalent of, oh, too many greenhouse gases is burning up the ozone layer. It's eventually gonna damage the Earth, right?
Well, we say that, but Arrow refused to make it clear of, is this if we have several Estelles over the course of several hundred years, that then it's gonna become a problem? Or is this, oh, if Estelle keeps doing this, eventually it's gonna get worse each time, and then she's just gonna nuke the whole fucking world, right? Like, he wouldn't tell us if there's like a critical mass element to this, or if it's just, oh no, I'm not talking in you silly human terms, I'm talking in Intellicaea thousands of years terms, you know? Like,
and then just more to the point, the fact that there's not that kind of clarity also takes away from the weight of how important it is.
Absolutely. 100%.
Or isn't, you know?
Or
like,
isn't. Yeah. Will you stop? You're a bad boy. You're a bad boy. You are. This whole side of my chair is just needle holes because you're a bad boy. And you have the gall to look at me.
Gall.
The gall to look at me like you ain't some sort of bad boy.
We'll destroy them in no time. Punishing
The gall.
Destruction straight. Power now unleashed. Meet thy judgment upon the hero before me. You're not done yet.
You're the one casting the dark spells. Those are evil.
Weak spot. Disturbing power now unleashed. Meet thy judgment upon
That's some anti-necromancy
No.
fucking propaganda
Isn't it
right
socially
there.
acceptable to like stick your nose up at necromancy though?
Huh?
Isn't it that like? Isn't necromancy like not socially acceptable anyways?
That's what I'm saying. That's some anti-necromancy propaganda right the fuck there.
Is it propaganda or is it the status quo?
Absolutely, it's propaganda. There is nothing wrong with dark magic, and there is nothing wrong with necromancy.
So you're saying there's nothing wrong with necromancy, which is a part of dark magic, and there's nothing wrong with dark magic within its entire umbrella.
Do you drive a car?
Yes.
Do you utilize electricity?
Uh-huh.
You ever enjoyed the warmth of a wood fire?
Are you talking about just me having a carbon footprint?
I'm talking about this. Do you eat meat?
Huh?
I'm talking about it is perfectly acceptable for all of these living things or previously living things to be utilized as resources for humanity.
Look, I'm just saying, maybe it's not super cool if little Timmy sees Nana come back as the shambling undead. And I don't think that you can equate that to driving a fucking car.
If little Timmy's village, where Nana took care of him and loved him and taught him right from wrong and, you know, all the
Nana's
good
great.
things in life, and then
love Nana.
Nana's head was bashed in by a rampaging orc as a war party went through the village.
Super
right?
unfortunate. Yep, hate that happened.
And then little Timmy grew up and he met a witch in the woods and learned a little something, And the next time an orc war party came through the village, didn't know Nana's heads get caved in because little Timmy wasn't little Timmy no more. He was Big Timmy, and he and his Nana were there to stop those fucking orcs.
He's not little Tim anymore. He's Tim, the bringer of the dead.
He is! And Nana was his first fucking corpse raise. And you tell me that's wrong. You tell me that's wrong.
I'm saying it is not a good
You
comparison.
tell me that's wrong.
I'm saying it's not a good comparison to to raising the dead with the dailies goings on of driving a car, eating meat.
Power and resources and the utilization of power and resources are neither inherently good nor bad.
Right. So if on our next D&D campaign, I were to play a dedicated necromancer, that none of the other players in the party would have any problems with what I do with my powers.
Okay, let's honestly think about it. You think Zach would give a fuck? Zach would be like, cool, necromancer.
No, Zach probably wouldn't care.
You think Mitch would give a fuck about it?
He could.
He might needle you to mess with you, but would he care?
I don't know, maybe.
No, absolutely not.
Well, it's one of the reasons he doesn't ever want to play like
Absolutely
an
not.
evil campaign.
There's a difference between bringing back a willing soul and using a flesh slave, though. Yes, obviously, right? Like there is 100% a difference between bringing back a willing soul and piloting someone's body, which is why necromancy gets a bad rap. But at the end of the day, right? At the end of the day, you cannot morally and logically tell me, right, that a necromancer can't be good and a cleric can't be bad. Right? It's always the church, right, Jay?
Yeah, right. It is in fact always the church, though.
A cleric who is filled with divine power and the blessings of a god can just as well do evil as a necromancer filled with dark magic and raising the damned.
In your example, you have to admit
can do
that
good.
there is definite, like, alignment. Like, it places you differently in alignment if you're using divine powers to heal the party, or you're bringing back the dead, right?
Why?
Like, there is a negative.
Why?
Huh? Why?
Why?
Because does that? I still look at Judith's.
Because
little
it's a
clasp on her collar.
social preconception to humanity.
Jeremy-
You only think that way because and this isn't me joking around anymore. You only think that way because in real life, we have stories of necromancy and the concept of messing around with the dead and undead beings and things like that. And it is culturally a preconception that messing with the dead is a bad thing.
Jeremy.
What? What?
Necromancer.
No. So my point is though, like take a fantasy world. You could just as easily create a fantasy world where the population base of that fantasy world does not have that mindset towards the dead, right? And they're just like, a dead person's dead. The soul's gone. The body's just flesh. Why would we not use that body as compost, right? Or to feed our war beasts, or to make flesh puppets to defend us against the darkness, or what have you, right? Like, it's just a mental notion that we as legitimate people actually have, that messing with the dead is a bad thing.
It feels disrespectful. It feels...
Well, so there's a lot of different reasons going into it, right? And a lot of them are cultural reasons. A lot of them are just like reasons, though. In real life, messing with the dead, a decaying body, can be negative to your health, right? Like, you're the plague guy.
It could harbor disease.
Absolutely, right? So, like, there's a lot of different reasons for it in real world kind of mythos and logic and shit like that. But what I'm saying is all of that bleeds into our like lexicon of fiction, where inherently it makes sense to us that anyone who messes with the dead is probably not good. But there could just as easily be like differing scenarios out there where that's not the case.
So are you making the claim that raising the dead or harnessing the power of the undead is equivalent in, like, I don't know what the word is, but it's like equal to
is raising
or
the
like
dead?
the state of mind?
I got a legitimate question. Is raising the dead, let's make it real bad, right?
Okay.
Raising a graveyard of orphans to go murder an orphanage filled with orphans, right?
Living ones,
right? Is that worse than a mage walking up to that orphanage and fireballing that orphanage, right? Is one of those inherently worse than the other?
Yes. Because one is using dead children to do the deed, and one's just using a fire spell.
And that makes it worse?
I feel like that. I think you, like, in a way, because I still think it's disrespectful to those who have passed to use their body to commit acts that they cannot, like,
all right, you
protest.
Know what? You got me there. I'm gonna say agree to disagree. I think power is just power, and it's a matter of how you use it. I think if little Timmy wants to use his Nana to defend his village against the rampaging orcs,
the dead,
right? Then I think great on him. I think if someone raises a graveyard of orphans to go murder an orphanage filled with orphans, then that's terrible, right?
There is, like, a social, through the social lens, it doesn't seem great, right? It seems a little, there's something that's off-putting about it. You have to admit it. There's something about that. Even if I don't find the right words, you know that it just kind of, like, it's got a bit of ick to it.
I know what you're saying, but in reality, I don't actually agree. Fuck. How am I gonna say this? We're not even
talking about the game. And
I don't think I get away with this without just either being like, yeah, and just moving on, or just saying it. I'm one of those weird people where, like, dead things don't actually bother me, right? Like, you know, some of the people who are like, oh, they're really into serial killers because they think it's hot, or they're really morbid and they like, you know, certain dead-ish things or the culture around dead things and shit like that. I'm not like a serial killers are hot kind of scenario, but I am like a dead things, rather than have a disturbing nature to me, have a interesting mystique about them.
No, I mean, that's fine. I don't.
So to me, the concept, legitimately, it's all about the intent, right? So for me, in like real world concept, if necromancers were a real thing, I don't think, and I'll even make it personal, right? Like, if a necromancer, if my entire family was dead, and you know what? My father is dead, right? If a necromancer raised my father's corpse in order to do something good, right? Like save someone or defeat a great evil, I don't think I would feel disrespected or feel bad about it. If anything, I think in my head, I would feel, oh, wow. I wonder if my father would be proud that his body helped do some good in the end.
I get that. I get
Right?
that.
It's almost like devoting your body to science or donating your organs or things like that, right?
In death, you were still able to impact.
Exactly, right? Like
right.
it's to me, the idea of a good necromancer isn't disrespectful. If anything, it's like a final opportunity for the dead to make a difference.
Right. That's a great way to look at it. But in your example, you were talking about necromancer going off and using, those who have passed to do great things, right? Name for me an example in media. It doesn't matter what platform, any media where the hero was a necromancer.
Any create your own game that has necromancy in it.
Well, no. That is
no.
That is a character you made. That is a character you made.
But that
as
character
a
is the hero of the story, right?
Right, but I'm
and
talking
most
about
often those stories are still about
a
like
set character was intended to be a necromancer. That was like, you know what? I take it back. I thought of one.
There are multiple examples because it's a pretty classic trope to have the good guy necromancer, right? Like
is it?
Maybe not.
I can only think of one, and that's
maybe not
Solo
full
Leveling.
on trope. Oh well, I mean, that's
the thing.
Solo
In fact,
Leveling is an
in
example.
Solo Leveling, they kind of touch on the fact that it's kind of like fucking weird that you're using dead people to do shit like that. Like, all right.
Culture preconceptions, my man.
Spoilers, the end of the latest season, whatever, right? So, like, at one point, he uses, like, there's an S-rank healer that dies, he brings him back to do some shit. Guard. And then at the end, like, he releases the soul.
Yeah.
Because, like, that's what his friend wanted, and he said that's what he was going to do anyways.
Yeah.
If that, or, that's all right, so I'm not going to mention that anymore. If that is, in fact, the case, what he was going to do, and if what we've all talked about, necromancy is above board, why would he do that?
I will say that I absolutely get what you're saying. Again, right, it's cultural preconceptions, but that I think explicitly is a bad example of this. Because he does not raise bodies, he raises souls.
Right.
He owns, he dominates their souls. Their souls obey him, right? Like, so that's a very different thing than my father has been dead for 20 years in the graveyard.
The body and the soul are separate.
Exactly, right? Like, so it's way easier to be like, oh, this kingdom is about to perish to the March of the Frost Giants, and the neighboring, like, swamp has a necromancer in it, and nobody bothers him because they've been terrified of him for 7 centuries, right? And then out of the blue, out of nowhere, he just comes out of the swamp and just flanks the side of this Frost Giant army with 20,000 skeletons and wipes them, right? you
they were making too much noise.
And he just saves the whole fucking kingdom. And then he's like, all right, and pieces the fuck back out to his swamp, right?
Going back to
his
swamp.
Is that a good act? Right? Like, did he save those people?
Yes, he saved those people.
But it's all going to be about the perception of the situation, right? So it
right.
all depends on the intent and the specifics.
I will say that, like, a lot of what I've been saying is mostly devil's advocate. I do mostly agree with everything you're saying.
Yes.
The only part I'm taking is like specifically through the lens of social acceptance, right?
Yes,
Like
specifically through the lens of social acceptance. If the common person was isekai'd into a fantasy world, and the first person they run across is a necromancer that is in the process of raising skeletons from the grave, they are probably going to be like, "Oh God, I'm fucked." Not, "Oh, what a nice person. I wonder what great thing they are going to utilize these corpses for." Right? You know, yes, 100%. Even I, who am an advocate for necromancy can be used for good, would still be like, "Oh, fuck."
That's when you would walk to the other side of the street, you know?
Right? Yeah, that is legitimately one of those where I'm just like, I'm gonna try not to be a part of this. I'm gonna hope that I hear good news later on and find out that he did a great thing.
That has to mean we're on the right track.
Good call, Carol. Estelle's got to be back there somewhere.
You're a captain, aren't you? Can't you tell them to get out of the way?
The Royal Guard doesn't obey anyone but the Commandant.
We don't have much time. Let's make this quick.
Oh, well then.
Even if they are higher rank than you, but not as high a rank as the Commandant?
Interesting.
I don't think that's the way that works. Anybody who's a higher rank than you is a superior officer to you.
But it matters what the structure of the organization is.
Right, sure.
Because there are plenty of like even in military organizations, there are plenty of like scenarios where like, yeah, you may be an X, but what I'm in does not report to you. So you can have a bitch session at my X, but I don't have to listen to what you tell me. Now, that being said, a lot of times there will be like situations where a person comes in and is given like authority over several scenarios, and it's accepted in that setting.
Judith?
What's up? You guys friends? That's dope.
You thought you could win? Too bad.
Nice. Hello.
But the last game, our team kept all dying. 1 point.
I don't know what this is, but it looks complicated.
Technique.
Mm-hmm.
I had to kill all on my own. That was 12. I just kept going. In a row. And I brought everybody back. And I don't know what happened. I just went through and they're just
That is what we call locked in. That was a locked in moment right there. Jesus Christ.
This is a barrier that's been locked up somehow with an encrypted formula.
I guarantee if this is all those fucking lampposts that we've been running past this entire time.
Can you open it?
I'm gonna be very upset.
It uses an ancient technology that's barely been studied at all. Even I've only seen something like this in books.
How the fuck are these people using it then?
I couldn't even guess how long a thorough analysis might take.
I'm guessing we can't just force our way through.
Look at this melon. He's just laying
Look at
there.
that kitty cat.
Up against my closet.
Locks usually
No,
aren't placed on
Dotus,
anything
go
that's
away.
easily broken into.
You are a savage today.
Yeah, you're right. Wait, how do you think Alexei got through here?
He probably forced the lock using Estelle's... the power of the Child of the Full Moon.
What?
Which means he made her use her power again.
Lady Estelise's power.
Someone's here.
Damn.
Duke?
Duke,
Duke!
why are you here?
I knew it had to show up in the near future.
You. How is the young lady, the child of the full moon?
Alexei's got her somewhere up ahead.
I see. So he has made his move.
Are you here because of him too?
The air krene in this region has become severely imbalanced. I have come to restrain it.
By restrain, you mean you actually have a way to do that?
To quiet the air krene, the cause of the imbalance must be removed.
Just come out and say it. You mean kill Estelle.
What?
That's enough. What is it with blaming all the
You a little
world's
slow on
problems
the
on a single
uptake there,
girl?
Flynn?
An unstable child of the full moon cannot be ignored.
Okay, so the first time we met Duke outside of the wall, right? He was in the forest where the air krene was freaking out as well, and he quieted it. How'd he do that? He didn't kill Estelle there. There had to be something. Was there a different monster that? Oh, there was. There was a monster there. But how was the monster causing the air to freak out?
You're as hard-headed as
Curious.
Pharaoh. I thought as a human you'd see things differently.
Oh.
Our common bond as humans is nothing. A single life cannot be privileged over the fate of the world.
Yeah, never mind that without a bunch of those single lives, there'd be no world. Listen, she may be a bumbling,
there would be a
sheltered
world.
excuse for a princess.
And who knows,
but
it might
she's
even
one
be
of
a better
ours. She's none of your concern, so back off.
You're getting heated. He's tired of people threatening Estelle.
Do you say that knowing just how great a threat her existence poses?
No,
What we
because
know
the
has
game
got
won't
nothing to do
directly
with
tell
it.
us.
Our motto is always do what's right. And if that means having to get up close and personal with you, then so be it.
All right. Your funeral.
Okay, I got a legitimate question for Yuri and the gang, right? I get them wanting to explore all of the options, but... And I know some of their answers on this already, right? But what if they legitimately get to the point to where they've explored all the other options and Estelle is going to kill the world? Like, she's mid-process. The world is dying around them. Judith would finish her then, right?
Mhm,
But
yep.
like...
Yeah, she seemed pretty committed to that.
Like... Is Yuri still going to be a pain in the ass at that point? Like, what's the line? What's the threshold when...
Very well.
When killing her becomes acceptable or isn't
The
acceptable?
time has come to show me the resolve that so impressed Pharaoh. This is Dane Nomos. It is the only manner in which the air may be quieted. Raise it and calm your mind. The sword will take care of the rest.
I mean... Thanks?
Dane Nomos.
Duke, wait! Dane Nomos. That's the name of the sword of the Imperial line that's been missing all this time.
Oh, shit! I knew I'd heard that name.
You have.
Why does he have it?
What are you doing with it? Why does something like that have the power to control the air? Who are you?
The answers to those questions are not what you should be seeking now. Go, before you are too late. Soon, you will learn for yourselves the true weight of the burden borne by the Entelekea.
He's a cool guy, but way too moody.
I mean... Decent assessment, Patty.
If my memory serves me right, we also ran into him in Gasparost. Who is he?
I don't know. I can't even tell if he's a friend or a foe.
Come on!
That formula. It's just like Estelle's. So that sword really is...
It opened.
A sword borrowed from Duke. Borrowed? What the fuck you mean borrowed? You think I'm
You
giving
should
this
see it,
shit
like-
back?
Dane Nomos, the child of the full moon, the resolve that impressed Pharaoh? Just who the hell is this Duke guy?
Well, judging from what he says, it seems he's in contact with Pharaoh.
And he has the sword Prince Yoder's been looking for. I don't like this.
Yeah, but why would he just lend us something as important as De Nomos? I thought he was stubborn, but maybe he's actually willing to listen to reason.
I wouldn't get my hopes up about that.
We just have to do what we can for now.
Yeah, let's hurry.
Treasure!
Did it auto-equip it to Yuri? And how great is it?
Did not.
It did not. It is... Oh,
Good.
it's not that great. Oh, but you do learn shit from it.
Yeah, I mean, it's good. Oh, you learned special from it. That's the requirement for your mystic art.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. Also, Bastion
Crushing Eagle
changes
to
Crushing
Guardian
Eagle to
Field.
Guardian Field. Huh.
You know what? Put it on him and give me him instead of Glenn. I'll work on that shit.
Okay.
And go and put, what was it?
Crushing Eagle. I don't even
Crushing
know
Eagle.
if he
Could you
has
put,
Crushing
if
Eagle.
it's not on there, could you put Crushing Eagle on down?
Crushing Eagle. Oh, it's on left and right. All
Or
right.
then just leave it there. I'll do it on left and right. I wonder how, I can't remember how long we're actually going to have that.
Oh. I don't know.
Limit.
I mean, I'd be willing to bet we don't give it back. Like, how many times have you ever received a weapon in a game and then given that weapon back to whoever gave it to you? Also, hold the fucking phone. Oh, okay, fine, whatever. There was the barrier there that no one could cross, no one could pick, etc., etc. The only way to get through, right, was utilizing Estelle's power or using the sword's power. We walk our happy asses in here, and there's monsters and dudes just walking the fuck around. Like, what?
Yep, those are just regular ass people that are past the barrier.
Winvy. It's like Envy and Winry had a baby.
All right.
Yeah, I like how you thought about that for a second, and then you were just like, yeah, okay. That
Sure.
checks out. Blonde Universe increases resistance to status effects when Flynn is in the party. Nice. Nice. I like it.
Oh, just because they're both blonde-headed?
I like these kind of abilities. I like the chivalry. I like the dog lover. I like the blonde universe. I feel like there should be more of these. Honestly. Right? Like, I think that type of stuff is more fun to me than just strength increased by 10%.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
Now,
yeah,
obviously,
definitely.
the strength increased by 10% is probably better, but you know.
I wonder how many of those effects, like the max number of those effects we can get with 4 party members.
Oh, like what the best combination
what's the best
to fully stack?
possible combination of 4 party members that have that kind of stuff going on.
Alright.
Like, you could have Raven, which will get a proc from any woman in the party, which means someone like Patty, who could get something from
Flynn and
Flynn
Harold,
or Pete for being a
or
dog lover,
Proof of
or
Imperial secession.
or Yuri. She gets something from Yuri too.
yeah.
Yuri, you can become the Emperor!
Oh yeah, the
This is
sword has
just for
been missing.
decoration.
Like
I wouldn't want to be the Emperor even if I could.
You're so young.
like that's the reason
yet you
Yoda
have
couldn't
no
ascend
ambition.
is because nobody can take the throne without that sword.
Yeah, which is just such a stupid, like, requirement for an Imperial throne. Oh, the one item that we require an Imperial candidate to have in order to take the Imperial throne has been missing for a decade. Yes, we're just not gonna have an Emperor.
Says the little girl playing dress up.
The lost proof of Imperial succession. When you get down to it, the loss of that sword was the source of all the fighting over the succession to the throne. Was Duke
Why was there
really
fighting?
the one
No
who
one could
stole it?
succeed.
Hey, give me a break. Don't go saying the Imperial Knights are gonna claim this sword.
I know. This isn't the time for that.
Duke went around using that sword to control Air Crane.
Oh, so Duke's doing the same thing as the Antilocheia.
Maybe so.
That sword, it produced the same phenomenon as Estelle did. Maybe the Rizomata formula was already worked out once before, but then why was that information lost? Maybe it's related to the cataclysm, like the way that the Blastia was lost.
Oh, by the way, she called it correctly. Remember when we were in the
Yeah.
desert town and she just suddenly screamed he had something to do with the Rizomata formula?
Yeah, and all she saw was Duke
And an
and Pharaoh,
Intelligeia.
like,
Yeah.
assumedly conversing.
Yeah.
Why did that become an Imperial treasure?
There are tons of things we don't know about this sword. But let's wait to figure them out until we've settled things here.
I was gonna say, once again, there's been so much talking in this place when presumably we have no time and Estelle is in danger.
Right now,
Yeah.
rescuing
But
Estelle
remember,
is our top priority.
remember though,
Right, let's hurry.
that's the state of mind that Flynn was in when we entered the dungeon, and Yuri was like, no, we need to slow down. We need to be careful, right? So that's why.
Sure.
I love how
Okay.
you try that hole every time.
Every time.
Like it's gonna act differently.
Every time.
Oh,
Try
here we
this one,
go.
too.
This one will work, surely. That's weird.
Every time. Gotta check. Just in case.
Mermaid cloak.
I think I already got... I already have
So,
one. I didn't have it on her.
Is a mermaid cloak implying that mermaids are real? And if so, the more fucked up thing, is it made from mermaids?
Is it? Yeah. I like to think so. Think up or right?
I feel like either up center or upright is going to be the way to either go down or the end. So I think the way you went is the correct way to go if we wish to fully explore.
Judex.
Whoa, God, he's fast.
He is fast. Dang.
Oh God, I'm
Mayonnaise.
I'm gonna see if I can't suck all our TP out. That was good. That was good. That was good.
Jesus, my dude.
They know each other way too well.
Just spammed.
Damn. It wasn't a particularly good heal, but it was consistent. Which it shouldn't have been because it's a random character.
That's true.
Oh, never mind. This was the right way to go. I was wrong!
Can't believe you've done this. Is it the right way to go?
I don't... Oh, this just puts us back up the floor to explore in this floor. I bet you it's going to wrap around to that top right place and make it a shortcut back. But still also probably go up.
I'm calling it. I think you're wrong. Whoop, whoop. Oh God!
Jeez,
That's,
all right.
Taking you down.
That's a big one.
Hey! Not done yet! No way!
Cool.
Not done yet! Not done yet! No way! You can't win! Not done yet!
Oh, Caprice of innocent waters!
Not done yet! This is it! You like that? Not done yet!
This is not I'm fine. Oh.
That's over.
Not the best, not the worst.
No, I was
Ooh,
thinking
we made a lot of money out of that.
Like a lot. Oh, I guess it multiplies whenever you get multiple like
Finish
flames
that
encountered.
one.
Sure. Okay. Was I actually using any of those? I don't know. Twinkle Star. Oh no!
Like the time I had to use Raven when he had a bow that was like increase the damage, but cost TP.
Yeah.
Have fun. It sucks.
What?
No cast time. 8 TP cost for novice spell. When HP is below, not a percentage, a flat 120, but TP is over 6. What are you talking about, game? What? Are you out of your mind?
Fight me, you coward.
I'm gonna do it!
Take this!
So this sword gives me my mystic? How do I do it?
Oh, no.
I'd like to try.
You have to have special to do your mystic, but the sword does not give you your mystic. You still need 3 bars and the special skill.
No way!
You're using too many arts.
Guess I overdid
No
it.
way!
Take this!
Caprice of innocent waters! Caprice of innocent waters! I'm fine.
Take this! No way! And another!
Your disturbing power now unleashed. Meet thy
Ivan
judgment
card.
on the evil before me.
This wasn't supposed to happen.
Oh, disturbing power now unleashed. Meet.
This? Nah, this isn't scary.
Your legs are shaking.
You're kidding.
Yeah, I am.
More Night
Oh boy,
Sword!
we got a Night
Yay!
Sword. That's worth like $200. Or even at that.
You were wrong, Jay.
Well,
were
just
wrong.
mark it down in the ledger. Just add it to the list.
Add it to the list. Can't believe it. I believe it.
Natabayo. Oh,
Woo! That was
gave up.
close. That was real close. Trying to check corners for treasure chests without
Oh, no, I
aggroing.
get you. I get you.
Hmm.
Suddenly maze.
Okay. What? Oh, no!
Don't need a cutscene for this. We understand what happened.
Hmm. I feel like those edges are a little magnetic, but okay. I was really fishing for that light. That's my fault.
I mean, there's not been a time in this game where we've had we could walk off of any platform.
Anything.
That has not existed.
Like, literally anything. That's fine. It's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
Well, fool me once.
Game on you. You missed. You missed. You got it.
It's not even, like, dark in here. I don't, like...
Yeah, it's like, you don't need to do this.
Yeah.
Unless there's, like, an invisible, like... Yeah, it seems relatively pointless.
Maybe this is, like, a definitive edition thing. Maybe, like, in the original game, it was pitch fucking black in this room.
Maybe.
If the room was pitch black, yes. Make perfect sense. You know?
You were trying.
So can we just go all out?
He jumped in.
Alright, fuck this.
Hey,
ya!
That's your weak spot.
Make me upset, King.
Oh, caprice of innocent waters. Ooh, nice moves. Oh, caprice of innocent waters. New moon blade.
All right, who's next?
No way. Our weapons are intelligence, beauty.
And this blade.
What? The fuck was that?
I thought it was funny because everybody's like talking about their power in battle is not just their brute strength; it's these aspects. And then it gets to Yuri, he's like, "I hit things with a sword."
It's like, nah, it's this fucking sword, dog.
I just hit things with a sword, brother.
Everyone else
Also,
here is
whose was
lying.
Judith was beauty? How you beating up people with beauty?
Also, you really think that that's what Judith considers her real strength to be? Is beauty?
Absolutely fucking not. Her real strength was fighting in full plate mail, despite
Her
probably
real
weighing
strength-
$150.
I mean, yeah, probably. I was gonna say her real strength is the fact that she has like a 12-foot vertical, but you know.
Oh yeah, actually.
Like, she has a 12-foot vertical from like a standing handspring.
Yeah.
Like, what?
I feel like that would put a crater in the ground.
It's insane. All right, chest room. Panacea bottle.
Lamangelo.
You know what? No. I leave nothing behind.
Too late. You have been leaving things behind.
Shut up, Jay.
You have left things behind.
10%
For
of
the
HP
aggressive
restore?
fighter.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah. Worthless in a boss fight, unless it has ads. But I don't think it's gonna have enough ads to like. And you have to get the kill. Like.
All right,
You
Alexi.
never know. Oh, It's
A stall.
that one. A stall, right.
How does it feel to face your last moments in the very temple built to worship you?
DC Douglas. Why you always gotta play evil roles?
Wretched human.
Enough! Alexei, please stop this!
If you are so eager to free him from his suffering, why not use your healing art to comfort him? You are utterly powerless.
Didn't I predict this exact thing?
Well, it hasn't happened yet.
But I predicted the exact situation. I was like,
You got the setup.
someone forcing Estelle to use her healing to fuck with the Entelekeias.
Like the
You're
sitch
nothing
is
more than a
here.
poisonous blight to this world. I'm sure you understand that
Insipid
now.
poison.
I need an auto.
Estelle, are you all right?
Lady
Definitive
Esteles!
edition.
God damn it, game.
Estelle! We've come to save
Let's make
you.
sure everybody gets an
You
opportunity
again.
to say something.
What stubborn, misguided fools you all are.
Except only the right side said anything. Judith and Rita didn't.
Yuri,
Yeah, of all the
blame
people,
all of
you would think that Rita would say something.
Right?
Estelle, we've come to
There we are.
rescue you.
I'm surprised Rita has said anything and not just started unleashing
Immediately
fireballs.
started flinging. Yeah.
You are incapable of saving this
Heedless of
princess.
where
I
a
am
stall
the only hope
is
for
laying,
salvation.
just immediately flinging fireballs
Blah, blah,
at
blah.
Alexei.
Spare me.
The most glorious moment for any tool is when it is finally used.
Witness me? I guess. Sure?
Even the poison of this world can be a blessing if
Free,
used
shiny, and
correctly.
chrome.
And only I can do that.
Why can only you do that? That is a question. What is this thing that you have, and why do you have it? Like, why are you able to do this? Like, does this feel weird, or is that a legitimate question? Because we haven't
No, that's
seen
legit.
we haven't
No,
seen
we don't know.
anyone else in the game do any sort of like puppeteering, or I'm going to control you, or anything like that, right?
Not with a Blastia.
Like, oh, right, I guess Raven has his little charm arrows.
Yeah, and his like the optional spell you can get is like a arena-wide charm.
Yeah.
Now, princess, come with me. Without me, I am afraid your power.
Alexei!
Aye.
Legitimately, why are y'all letting him do this?
Turn-based dialogue. It's his turn.
God damn it.
Alexei, stop! Ah!
I'm so glad we finally got a name to put to that.
Yeah, it's good. Turn-based
That's
dialogue
like,
is good.
It's been in RPGs since the dawn of
Weren't you
time.
Entelekeias
right?
supposed to be masters of this world?
Stop it! Let Estelle go!
Oh. We just found out he even existed.
Yeah.
And now he
how
deed.
disappointing. He's dead.
But how can that be?
Smaller than I would have hoped. No matter. It can be used in any number of ways.
Alexei.
Ah, you've come this far. Now, be baptized in the air your dear princess charged with her own hands.
We...
No! Please stop this!
He's had a really long turn in his turn-based dialogue.
Yeah, look, he casts
Somebody-
haste, or he casts dialogue slow on the party.
Somebody could have shot at him, thrown a fireball at him, hucked a spear at him, hucked a sword at him, hucked an axe at him. Any number of
They can.
objects could have been flung at this man already.
They can, on their turn. There, it's Yuri's turn.
What? What are you doing with that sword? What happened to Duke?
He gave this to us before he took off, and he didn't seem all that worried about you.
What irony. That which I have searched for all these years. That it would arrive at my feet only when I no longer have a need for it. With a child of the full moon, the Apatheia, and my knowledge, De Nomos means nothing to me.
Talk to yourself a lot, huh? Not a good sign. Now shut up and let Estelle go.
I take offense to that, Yuri. That's you're calling me out there, and I don't appreciate it.
Are you certain that is
I'm in
what
this
the princess
picture and I don't
wants?
like it.
I'm in this picture and I don't like it. Yeah.
Estelle!
Your Highness?
Estelle! What's going on? Estelle! I don't know.
What are you talking about?
As long as I'm with you all, I'll only cause you harm.
You... And I say this... No. I'm not gonna... Fuck it. I'm not gonna say it with any modicum of respect. You dumb bitch. We have been over this a half a dozen fucking times at this point. You dumb fucking cunt.
Look, she just has very low self-esteem. That's all it is. It's just low self-esteem. I get it because I've got low self-esteem.
All right, listen here, you dumb cunt.
Well, you're right.
If you've got that low self-esteem, listen to your fucking betters, Estelle.
But I want to be with you. I just don't know what I should do.
But that's the thing.
Okay,
you
don't know
better.
what you should do? You don't know what you should do? You're presented between one of two options: be with your friends and be with a guy who shocks you and has you murder things? You don't know what you should do?
I think she the two options she's weighing is she wants to either be with her friends at a cost of being potentially fatal to them or killing herself. This is what I think what she's implying here, if she can.
I don't think she has that option right now.
Estelle, pull yourself together.
Pull yourself together. I need reinforcements. Thank you very much. How's it going? Options are illegal. I guess that's fair. How's it going, Galactic
Well,
Baron?
hey, is that statement also an opinion? It's kind of like when Yoda is like, only Sith deal in absolutes, which in itself is an absolute.
Fucking fuck Yoda. Little green piece of shit. Thinks he's wise and everything. He's a dumb fucking cunt too.
Jeremy, you in a mood.
It's okay. When a video game when a video game has a character that has a bad trait, that person is self-deprecating, or they have low self-esteem, or they, they're emotionally unavailable, or they're hot-headed, or what have you, right? Cool, great, fantastic. The point of those types of character traits is to show character growth throughout a story. Yay. Right? Because we don't just like people with shitty traits. We like people who are cool despite their shitty traits, or that overcome their shitty traits. Right? So, if you want to have a game where your characters have no character growth, then just make them good, well-rounded characters from the very beginning. If you wanna have DC Comics Superman, just have him be Superman from the very beginning. And I say that with general just fucking statement. Obviously, there are plenty of times when Superman goes down dark paths and has character growth. But you get my point, right? Like, if you're gonna have a character like Estelle who has extreme self-confidence issues and is going through a tough time because she thinks she is a blight on this world, that's fine. But after the 7th time that her friends have tried to prove to her that they care about her and they value her life and that they're going to help her through this no matter what, this is just, don't do this!
Forget about that, Estelle. Get over here!
If anything, it would be acceptable if she was like, no, guys, get out of here. I don't want him to kill you. Not her being over here, oh, no, I don't know if I should be with you because I'm a danger to you. Bitch, what?
If there's something you're unsure about, we'll work it out together.
Yuri!
And you know what the ultimate problem is? Right? It's not even always, the ultimate problem isn't even always that the character isn't experiencing growth. The part of the ultimate problem is it gets annoying listening to the other characters saying the exact same fucking thing to the person. Right? How many times has Yuri said along the lines of, I got your back. We'll do this together. We're in this together. We'll figure it out together. It's gonna be okay.
I mean, it's more than
together.
that. No, it's more than that. Whenever Estelle and Pharaoh spoke, she's like, look, if I, weigh the evidence and it seems like my existence really is a threat to the planet, I am okay with dying. And then conversation finished, but after it's all done, Yuri's like, I don't ever want to hear that again, right? It's more than just I got your back. It's like, you do not even get to say that in front of me.
I want to use that as an example because I talked shit about Yuri in that instance because I think that was a shitty thing for Yuri to say because I think Estelle was being very emotionally intelligent in that moment, right? But where's all that emotional intelligence now? She's like, oh, if that's what it comes to, I will accept my death. And now she's like, ooh, but I can't be with my friends because I'll harm them, maybe. Not sure, so I'll stay with this guy instead and let him actively use me to kill things and rule the world. Okay?
If that's the case, I don't know. Well,
I can't take this.
Then do something about it, cunt!
Now, Mr. Yuri Lowell. Such brash behavior does not befit a young lady's escort. Not very gentlemanly of you at all.
Eventually, I'm gonna get to fuck you up, Alexei.
Sorry for my lack of manners. There aren't many gentlemen where I'm from.
That sword is nothing more than an annoyance now. I will rid myself of you here.
I mean, amusingly, he just, side insulted Flynn and Rapide.
Yep. Yeah, he did.
Just on the side, basically saying, these two motherfuckers ain't gentlemen either.
Flynn's over here catching legitimate strays.
Yeah.
Yuri, everyone.
Whee!
I feel like Yoda was trying to be
turn.
Get out of the way!
Just to make you think that's fair. I just don't like Yoda in general because I feel like he's made up to be such a big thing, and then repeatedly it's just like, you're not going to do anything about this? You didn't see any of this coming?
Nope.
Okay. Did you just say, did you just, no? In a Yoda voice?
Yep.
Oh, unacceptable. Who the fuck is you?
My problem, it's not.
Captain Schwan.
I thought
Of
you
the
always
Schwan
let your
Brigade.
knights handle things for you. What's with the change? What is it, Rapide?
I suppose there's no fooling the nose of a dog.
That voice. Wait, Raven?
Did he take out Schwan? and put his fucking garb on
Or at least he
to
let
come
his
in
hair
and
down.
deal with us?
Huh? The old man? What's going on?
Oh, that's why you can't get the skin yet.
This doesn't
because
look like
it
a
hadn't been
joke.
introduced in the story.
Nice.
One of the Union's most important members is a captain in the Knights?
The first time we met, I didn't think it was possible, but...
Huh. So that's what was going on.
Wait. He's not impersonating Schwann? He is actually Schwann?
No. I don't think he...
That's
no,
what
there's
they're
no way
saying.
He was Schwann.
That's what they're saying. They're saying he's Schwann. No, it's
Is
gotta be that he's just
Raven-
impersonating him.
But what about the Dawn, Raven?
So it wasn't just the Commandant, but you too. Why?
Conversing with you is not one of my duties.
Raven!
We're in a bit of a hurry, so let us through. Wait, you're not really thinking of trying to stop us, are you? What the hell?
Motherfucker, you don't even use a sword!
Schwann Ulterain, first captain of the Imperial Knights, ready to do battle.
This has to be like Raven's twin brother or some shit. If this is actually Raven, this is ludicrous.
No, because they're saying that this is the person that was leading Tweedle A and Tweedle B, right?
Schwann, yeah. Of the Schwann Brigade. You're saying that guy
They
has
look,
been
they look
Raven
and sound entirely
the
like
entire
entirely
time.
different people. I remember. So I legitimately remember that Raven does work for the Empire, right? That was something I remembered, but I don't remember them being the same fucking person as Schwann. Schwann Brigade.
Fuck if I know, man.
Yes. No, there's no fucking way. Copy image. Because just as a reminder, sorry.
No,
this
what you got for me?
Is what Schwann looks like. Enter. That's Schwann. That's not Raven. That cannot be Raven. There's no way.
yeah, it feels like you're right.
They have different facial bone structure.
All right, let's get through this, and maybe the game will give us
I'm so confuzzled.
Maybe the game will give us some stupid ass fucking explanation.
Oh man, why is this?
Why? Yeah,
I don't
why
know.
is this?
Not gonna go.
Schwann.
So easy just because you're old.
I would be honored to fight with everything I have.
Raven, why? Why?
I will tell you again. I am not Raven.
I hate you!
Many people
Nice
hate
one.
me.
I'm so sorry that we have no choice but to fight you now.
I'm sorry I have to fight such a beautiful lady.
You should be like that all the time.
Sorry. This is the last time you'll see it.
Damn it. I really liked you, Raven. I couldn't tell you before, but if my dad were...
How unfortunate. Raven isn't here.
I can't let this go. I won't let you do this!
Are you enjoying this conversation, even if it's fucking Bizarro
Do
land?
you intend to die here?
I am always ready to die in battle, so I fight with everything I have. Is that your best?
I am so gonna make you hurt! Blah, blah, blah. Violent pain! Blah, blah, blah. Violent pain! Blah, blah, blah. Violent pain!
I still love it. Oh shit! No, he's coming for you!
Burn this life to punish.
Oh!
That's got multiple pieces in it.
We're not done yet. Nice aim!
Well, that hurt. He's already doing it.
Smash!
Okay.
Careful. Nice aim!
I am going to treat.
I'm using this.
I can't see his health
In
because
fact,
of the fucking
in fact,
timeline
I
thing.
remember reading the mission or the necessary shit to get Raven's outfit and his spell. You have to find Schwann on the bench and talk to him.
There's gotta this has to be some bullshit, some mind control or something.
Mind control doesn't change your entire like build.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is he's not Schwann, but maybe he believes he's Schwann, or maybe he is.
I have to.
Maybe he's the real Schwann, and the other Schwann is like a fake Schwann.
I'm out of here. No. No. I don't want any part of this. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Earn this life to punish my enemies.
Bye, Judith. It's just her at least.
We're not done yet.
Oh, she lived.
Hey, cancel
Dang.
my fucking spell cast because of that shit.
Disturbing power now unleashed. Meet thy judgment upon the evil before me.
Destruction.
Nice aid smash.
We're not finished here.
Disturbing power now unleashed. Meet thy judgment upon the evil before me.
Damn, that's a lot of movement. Ow.
We're not finished here.
Why is he talking with like superhero voice?
Right?
We're not finished here.
We're not finished
We've got limit again, but if you use it, he's just gonna counter use it.
I'm fine. I don't have to fucking TP to use it.
Oh, I don't either. How did that miss?
Yeah, he's super close to that.
Yeah, one more fatal strike will kill him.
Finally. After all this time.
Oh,
I'll take out anyone who tries to stop us.
But it's Raven.
doesn't matter. Do you really mean that?
I love the unique conversation.
Mm-hmm.
That's the logical outcome.
I'm not done yet.
I just keep getting stronger.
Alright, now give us a fucking explanation, game.
Get in the wagon. He's also left-handed. Apparently so is Yuri?
Would have been cool if he had an I am not left-handed moment and flipped.
Yeah.
What is that?
I would have thought such a blow would be the end of me, of this cursed body.
Mhm. He's got an arc reactor.
I'm gonna say one word. And the one word is one of the keys to creating a good story and compelling characters. Foreshadowing. Any of it? Ever give us any moment with Raven at all in any way, shape, form, or fashion or indication? I'm not even talking about the Schwann thing. I'm talking about this motherfucking $1 million man situation going on over here. Anything to indicate that he is resistant to dying or incapable of doing so or what have you?
What the?
How's
Is
going,
that
Woods?
a blasty on his chest?
It's his heart. Or rather, a blastia that has taken its place.
Someone noticing, oh, what's that noise coming from Raven's chest?
The original was lost 10 years ago.
10 years. You mean in the Great War?
I lost my life during that war. But Alexei saw fit to give it back to me with this.
It's hard to believe he'd go that far. So that must be a Hermes Blastia as well. Why did Baul not notice it then?
A good fucking question, Judith! That's a good question!
I would imagine that is because it isn't powered by air, but by my own life force.
How? Also, especially, doubly how when you said you died at that point, and you clearly lost your heart. So, what life force did you have remaining to power this?
A Blastia powered only by human vitality? No way!
What was that?
Oh no! We're trapped in here!
That would be Alexei. He intends to bury you alive.
But that's crazy. You're still in here.
He couldn't pass up a chance to dispose of that sword, now that it's of no use to him.
So he was using Estelle to lure Duke here. This guy's even more twisted than I thought.
Hey, old man! This is no time to be standing around!
The end has finally arrived for me.
You never intended to leave this place alive.
Captain Schwan.
They're like a Schwan mask?
Who said you just get to lay down and die right here?
Does he put on a Schwan helmet?
Even if all your travels with us were just some joke to you, are you trying to tell me your anger at the Dawn's death was just an act too? I thought the guilds never quit until the job was done. Wasn't that his dying wish?
How has no one in this party just not knifed him in the throat right now? You're like, oh, we can't kill you by stabbing your heart? That's okay. We'll just rip out your esophagus.
You go on living until the end.
Man, you really can be a downer sometimes, you know that?
That's the Raven we know. Oh, he put away the sword. He's got a bow. He shoots an arrow and the whole thing explodes.
Can I have that art?
Jay, I'm gonna lose it. No, this is bad. This is so bad. This is bad.
I got tunnel vision right now. I'm still sitting here furiously Googling how Schwan from the beginning of the game is somehow Raven. Like, it's grinding my brain to dust right now.
Damn, we're not gonna make it!
He's got exploding arrows. He can catch entire temple ceilings.
No! If you use your Blastia like that in the condition you're in, you'll...
I can't keep this up forever. Get out of here. Oh man!
Captain Schwan!
Alexei's headed for the capital. There, he'll implement the final stages of his plan. The rest, I'll leave in your hands.
Raven! Raven!
Carol, come on.
But...
Move!
Must be getting soft in my old age.
Raven! That idiot! So he really was one of us after all.
Was he? Because he just royally screwed you over. Yeah, he saved you at the end.
Damn it! You idiot!
Why'd that have to happen? Why?
Look alive! We got a princess that needs rescuing. Now step to it!
This gets an F for failure. What the fuck was that?
Come now. Let's go.
Stuck with another job nobody much wants?
It's nothing.
This-
We are actually in a
This
hurry.
can't be real.
The
Losing
Heracles
my
is
mind.
gone!
Just like Raven said, they must have left for Zophius already.
Yuri Lowell, what are you doing here? And Captain Flynn too?
LeBlanc? Even Tweedle
Oh.
A and Tweedle B are here.
That's LeBlanc, not Captain Schwan.
Okay.
That saves things for you. Captain Schwan,
thank God.
I believe every time we
Have
saw
we
Captain,
never seen?
I believe every
Schwan?
time we saw Captain Schwan in the past, his visor was down.
Okay.
I
All
say that I'm not even entirely sure that we've ever actually seen Captain Schwan. We've just heard of the Schwan Brigade. Like, oh, the Schwan Brigade is on its way, or XYZ, that type of thing. I don't remember.
And
say,
what
don't
is
you
a
dare call me
Tweedle?
that.
Out with it! Fools! This is not the time for nonsense!
All right. Yeah. Why did I make the assumption LeBlanc was Schwan? Was it that I thought LeBlanc's name was LeBlanc Schwan?
I
Or
thought
something? I don't know.
I thought they were the Schwan Brigade. I thought I remember Tweedledum and Tweedledee being members of the Schwan Brigade.
What wonderful timing, Captain Flynn! You didn't happen to see Captain Schwan, did you?
Oh, they might
truth.
be. They might be members of the Schwan Brigade. Maybe Captain Schwan does. Maybe they are members of the Schwan Brigade. I guess we always just assumed, because LeBlanc commanded those two, that he was the captain. But maybe he's not.
We haven't been able to get a hold of him since he went by himself to coordinate with His Excellency the Commandant. I honestly cannot understand what His Excellency is thinking lately. The Royal Guard won't tell us anything. We looked all over for him and we finally arrived here, but...
Alexei is on his way to the capital, in Heracles.
Ah, we've just missed him then. And what about Captain Schwan?
Schwan saved us!
Oh, did he now? So then he's aboard the Heracles as well?
He's in the shrine, the deepest part.
What?
Wait, you... No, this is not happening. It can't be. What is the meaning of this? Captain Flynn, answer me! Captain Flynn!
We almost died thanks to Alexei. The only reason we're standing here now is because of your captain!
That Yuri doll.
Yeah, it does a great job distracting in the scene, doesn't it? Just
That man was a true knight.
Was he?
What?
Was he?
What do you mean? He must be lying to make them feel better. That's...
No, because they all... I mean, Rita was even like, oh, he was really one of us. They're like, his sudden, at the end, exploding the entrance with an arrow and then catching the ceiling is like, oh, he really did care. He betrayed you. He fucking prevented you from following Alexei.
And then in the end, tried to kill you.
Tried to kill you only after you beat him and tried to yell some sense into him did he yeah, I do kind of like you guys. I didn't want to do this. Kind of like scenario.
Alexei apparently has some sort of secret plan for the Empire, and it can't be good. We're going to make sure he doesn't get the chance to carry it out. If you are any kind of knights at all, you won't stand in our way.
But how? How could it have come to this?
If we don't hurry, the Heracles is going to get away.
Let's hurry. I'll call Baul.
This is ridiculous, Jay. This is fucking ridiculous.
There are people online that are saying that Raven had DID.
DID?
I'll save
multiple
Estelle next
personalities.
time.
Oh.
I swear it. I couldn't stand seeing her
There
hurt
was-
more than she already has
Okay,
been.
maybe
Rita,
that's
it's
true,
Estelle
but so
who's
far we
suffering.
have seen nothing
So
to
then why
indicate
did
I
it
don't
that.
hurt
think it
so
is.
much
There's
too?
no way. I don't.
We'll
think,
get her next
especially
time.
since
yeah,
he like
we'll save her. I've had enough of
he was
seeing her
just
used as Alexei's
when
puppet.
in the fight he was addressing knowing having traveled with the party. Like,
Yeah. Like,
So I
he
don't
did
think
not
that's-
act like, I don't know you, I do not have any memory of you, like, none of that
Raven!
shit.
Captain Schwann was long said to have been the Commandant's right-hand man. He was rarely seen even among the knights, and it was rumored that all of his missions were top secret.
Because apparently he was out with the guild the whole fucking time.
That's probably
Yeah.
because he was engaged in work as Raven.
So, Alexei would even sacrifice his own right-hand man.
Likely because he'd enter the final stages of his plan. Seems the old man was just looking for a place to die. That damn Alexei knew it, and
He's
used it to his advantage.
35.
That guy's like a rotting fish.
None of that matters. Right now, we have to save Estelle. Got it?
Of course.
Right.
Heracles was headed for the capital, right?
Okay, random question. And I'm gonna try to ask it in a very specific way. Is there anything specific we need to do to get Raven back?
No.
Okay.
You cannot you cannot get to the end of the game without Raven in your party.
Okay, so my assumption was going to be that Raven is going to show up. It's extremely rare in a game like this for a character, long-standing character, to actually die.
No, he's coming back.
Yeah, but I wanted to make sure that it was one of those, he's going to come back because of the story, or he can come back if you do
No,
X, Y,
it's not.
Z.
It's not like a Chrono Sitch where you could actually just leave him dead.
Sure.
It's got to be crossing the ocean. Everyone, keep your eyes open wider than a deep sea fish's so we don't miss it.
I can't believe Raven was an Imperial Knight. A captain.
Neither can I, because
Captain
it doesn't make
Schwann.
any sense.
And his body.
At all.
I guess I didn't know a single thing about him. But he still protected us.
He'd be happy to
Ah,
know you were
like-
thinking that. And that's all the more reason we can't turn back now.
Right. He
That
risked
was like
his life so we could see this through to the end.
Second switch.
Yeah.
Like
Let's
before
do it.
that moment,
Let's save Estelle.
Yes.
he was like cramming his sword down your throat. So like he ain't no saint, brother. Like
Yeah. Yeah. What's the... Oh, I just had to go forward a little further.
We caught up to them.
Look!
So we don't talk to Schwann at the Capitol. We talk to
Bullshit!
bullshit.
Is the depth of your worldwide oceans are
It's
like...
60 feet.
Are you fucking kidding me?
We cannot
Yep,
allow
that's
the
how deep it
Heracles
is.
or any
No,
of
it's just
the
got
traitors
really
aboard it to
long
come any closer
go-go
to the
gadget
capital.
extendo legs. Yes, okay, how do you stop the Heracles?
I have multiple questions here. How do you stop the Heracles? One, how did Sodia come to the... I get that she was there, she saved us, right, outside of Bactian. And so she's aware that Alexei is the big bad. Where did she come to the concept of, I need to go prepare the fleet to intercept the Heracles, because Alexei is going to get in the Heracles and march it towards the capital? What mystical knowledge is she privy to be like, this is what's gonna happen?
All hands to battle positions.
Sodia?
What? And what do you think's gonna happen? Yes, it is.
They're dead if they get too close to Heracles.
I can't believe they'd be stupid enough to attack it head on. Still, there's no way their fleet stands any chance against that fortress.
Well, if we can't get in from the bottom, we'll just get in from the top.
What? Wait! Let's think this over a little more!
Baul, take us out.
Let's just drop in.
Hold on tight or you'll be shaken off.
They're shooting at us!
Baul!
Huh? The artillery fire's erratic?
There! The rear left! It's the only area that isn't shooting!
Okay, that's the spot. Do you think he can get us there?
I mean, is nobody gonna address what Flynn said? The artillery fire is erratic? There's gotta be some reason for that, right?
He's a little hurt that you'd even ask.
Sorry. Alright, it's up to him.
Take us in, Baul.
Let's go.
Let's mosey.
He just torpedoes us at him. It would be
like he's
we
actually
know
holding.
we know he can detach because we become a boat again. It'd be hilarious if he just like
literally just
hucked us
flung
at
the
him.
boat.
That'd be great. I mean, not great for our means of transportation in the future, but it would be hilarious. Well,
we'll just right on top of him.
Man, I thought I was dead.
Where's there nobody manning these cannons?
The Royal Guard's
They're on the ground.
Oh, that's never mind. Good point.
So that's why the cannon fire from this section was so weak.
Someone's here.
Oh.
You never come prepared with a plan, do you? Is brute force the only strategy you know?
Did y'all get here? How did y'all get here? We flew here. We were on an airship to get here. This has been in the ocean. How did you beat us here?
Kitty, it's kitty time. No, you give me kisses. You give me kisses.
He's like, stop.
You sweet boy.
That's right, I say.
This time, it's curtains for you!
You guys again? Don't you ever give up?
They would have
Schwann
tried
Brigade.
to recover
You still gunning for
Schwann's
Alexei
body?
after everything that's happened?
What?
We knights must do as our pride demands.
Come on, you guys, leave us alone.
Seriously. Looking at you guys makes me remember a face that I'm trying hard to forget.
What sort of face do you mean? Must be some poor sap with a pretty ugly mug.
Jeremy, you okay? It's like you remember Team 4-Star? Do you remember Dragon Ball Z Abridged and all the times that Nappa would just get Vegeta to scream? And at that one point where he snapped and he had an aneurysm and, you know, bleeding out the nose and he killed Nappa. I feel like that's you about right now. Vegeta, 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 Vegeta.
Okay. I'm gonna try to do this constructively, right? So the whole Schwann Raven thing has been absolutely fucking stupid. Just bad. Right? Just bad. Okay? That being said, the eventual return of Raven could have been done well. Right? The concepting is bad in the way that it was executed of Schwann / Raven. That's not to say that it couldn't have been good. Again, foreshadowing, right? Like, all of that could have actually been a really cool reveal if there was any indication throughout the entirety of the game that it was a thing. Regardless of that point, though, right, it was done very badly. But his eventual return could have been a cool, surprising, triumphant moment. Probably when we're facing off against Alexei or something extremely terrible happens in Heracles and he shows up and saves us at the last minute, right? That is how you reintroduce a character like this in a heroic moment to show that they really are with the party. Whatever has happened previously, they show up and they rescue the party, right? I didn't mean it. I'm sorry. I was a fool. I'm here to save you, right? Instead, what we have is Raven Schwann supposedly dies, buried in the temple beneath us. We run out of the temple. We run into LeBlanc and the Schwann Brigade. As you put it, we then leave via our flying airship that we called to us. They presumably not only have to walk, and the Heracles has already left, but they also had to go get Raven, or Raven had to come out to meet them, presumably. And they beat us here.
Would take time.
And
surely.
even in that situation, whatever, fine. It would. Their arrival on the Heracles and the time it took them to get here, and even how they got here, would be irrelevant if they weren't meeting us 30 seconds after we ended our conversation with them. Obviously, time has passed in the game as we traveled, right? But from the player's perspective, 30 seconds after we ended our conversation with them, they are suddenly in the same place with the dead guy.
Yep.
How does anyone think that this is good, compelling design? At all. In any way, shape, form, or fashion.
You know, and I think you pointed out something that would have fixed a lot of the Schwann thing. Like, having you never seen Schwann, that's one thing, right? But like, I think there should have been some kind of breadcrumb that
foreshadowing, absolutely,
like, that he was a double agent, or that there was something wrong with his heart. I feel like there could have been several situations where there could have been like something, you know,
a moment where Raven and LeBlanc like pass each other, and LeBlanc's like, "Hey, do I know that guy?" Right? Like some little bits of foreshadowing, right? So that when the reveal happens, you go, "Oh shit! I get it now. Raven was Schwann the whole time." Yeah. Instead of the reaction that we both had where we're like,
"The fuck?
Excuse me, what?"
Well, I mean, my confusion was that I was like, I thought they were implying
that Schwann was LeBlanc.
Schwann were the same person.
Yeah,
and I was like, that's sure. Impossible.
Yes, yeah. I just... Again, as I've said before, the bones of this game, and I want to quantify this when I say this, the bones of this game are perfectly fine. You could write a good story out of the bones of this game. You could write good characters out of the bones of this game. I want to qualify that statement on the concept there of the bones of this game are good. For clarity, it is extremely easy to have a good skeleton of a story, right? Like, as they say, ideas are a dime a dozen, right? Like, there are billions of ideas out there. Your good story idea does not a good story make, right? A good skeleton for a story is not a good story. This game might have the good skeleton for the capability of a story, but it is doing a shit job with its characters and with its scope and with its direction and with its pacing of actually telling a good story. And it's shit like this, right? Like, the reveal of Raven being Schwann could be a massively impactful moment with foreshadowing and the right pacing and, you know, the moments where Raven kind of like let slip that his mentality is something more. And I talked about this previously when we were going to visit the Critian City. I was like, you know, I really like those moments where Raven is something other than the foolish old womanizing old man, right? Like when he has those darker time periods where he like flashes back to his great war moments, right? Like this could have been a great reveal. Even if it was a shit reveal, this is like a second shittier reveal of like the Raven Schwann was a shitty reveal, and now all of a sudden he's back.
Raven.
Oh no, he's back. Oh no,
How did y'all get here?
Oh, he's back.
If you could just give me that.
Don't you worry, he's back.
I won't complain about anything else. Just tell me how you fucking got here.
It's you, old man.
You want to make a bet whether or not this game will give you information, Jay?
You know I wouldn't. I don't know.
Yeah, I know you don't want to take that bet.
You know I like having money.
I'm speechless.
Raven the Great, at your service. What? So happy to see me? Cat's got your tongue?
What are you doing here, old
This
man?
is why people think he has DID.
Gee, glad to see you too.
Hi.
All right, men, hold down the fort here.
He swapped to using superhero voice.
Yes, sir.
That's his. Yeah, that's definitely his. I am the captain now, boys.
There, that should do it.
Raven.
Okay, it's up to you guys from here.
No answers. We're gonna get no answers. We're not gonna get any answers on how the fuck they got here, and I will be surprised if we get answers on how the fuck is he alive.
How can you say that? There's no way we can trust you.
Don't try to pretend you forgot what you did, old man.
I see. Well, then do me a favor and put me down quick.
Hey, what are you
Keep him
trying
as
to prove?
Wakazachi.
I didn't think I cared that much about living. But before I knew it, I was waist deep in all this. If I have to be done in by you guys here, well, there are worse ways I could go.
Now that you've turned on Alexei, your Blastia could be shut down any time. So you might as well die here. Is that what you mean?
Does Alexei have a kill switch for his Blastia?
That sounds like the implication.
Because you know what? That would be great information for us to know, and that would have been a cool motivation for Raven to reveal, right? Like, if he had fought us down there in the temple, and he'd been like, look, I don't want to do this, but Alexei has a kill switch for me, right? Like, that would have been a great motivation. And then we would have a thing. Right? Like, and that could have, oh my god, that could have been the real cool comeback, right? Is we do this, we think Raven's dead, he dies down there in the temple to all of us, we go through the Heracles, we face off against Alexei at the end, right? And then out of nowhere, right, like we're about to die, out of nowhere, Raven comes in and like frees Estelle, and Alexei gets pissed, and he's like, fine then. And he goes for the kill switch, and it's gone, and Raven just holds it up and is like looking for this, right? That would be a great fucking moment. Would it not be a great moment?
It would.
And instead we get this. What the fuck? That took me all of 30 seconds to come up with.
Yeah.
I've been a
But how did they
dead
get
man for
here?
over 10 years.
Here. How did they get... We flew. How did they get here? How
did they get here?
So what is a dead guy like yourself doing here anyway? Raven, you came here to settle accounts with us, didn't you? Well, brave Vesperia would be pleased to take care of that for you.
He just them.
Your life belongs to brave Vesperia now.
Yuri, you get how that makes you a really shitty person, right? Cause like Raven has been with Alexei for 10 years now because Alexei basically owns him.
Mm-hmm.
And so your response is to be like, fine, fuck you, now we own you.
Without the kill switch.
From now on, whether you live or die depends on us.
I don't know, that sounds like a manual kill switch right there.
Yeah, that's a manual kill switch.
Like...
Right?
That's perfect, Yuri.
Carol, you're shitty for agreeing with him, you dumb kid.
This is your punishment.
Honestly... Oh, is everybody gonna get a turn?
Thanks, Judith, darling.
Oh god, she's gonna fuck him up.
Oh.
Nice straight.
Yeah.
Chop? You gonna do the chop? Oh god.
Rapide just mauls him, like takes a chunk
Listen,
out of his fucking
no, pee
throat.
on him. Pee on him, he's a
I didn't want
dog.
to feel
Pee on
left
him.
out.
Oh, yep, the Patty.
Patty, come on, you're better than this.
I thought Patty didn't even join the guild yet.
Huh? She hasn't.
I thought Patty hasn't joined the guild yet because she
He hasn't,
said she
and neither
can't.
is Rita. They just didn't want to be left out.
Oh, right.
Raven, do you know where Alexei's hiding?
I think he's in the control room.
Let's go
I'm
then.
gonna. They can make this
The bridge?
bit better.
Huh?
The way they can make this bit better is that after he joins the party, you go into the menu and his HP is like halfway gone already.
You're not allowed to just go dying on us, Raven.
I am relieved that you're alive and well.
Then Flynn sucker punches him.
Huh? Oh yeah. Well, I managed thanks to LeBlanc and his men. It's pathetic, really.
I managed thanks to LeBlanc and his men.
That's it? That's all we're getting?
Did they?
That's all we're getting?
Did they dig your immortal ass out of the fucking rubble? Like...
So it really was you all this time.
Sorry for putting you through all of that. If you want to punch me, I won't complain.
No,
They're
I was
both
following the
captains,
Commandant's
technically.
orders as well.
I see. Then I guess we both owe a lot to His Excellency, the Commandant. How about we go pay him back?
Yes, I'd like that.
Immortal old man. You want Raven back?
Yeah, fuck it.
You can play this fucking traitor? This unexplained, weird
he's
ass
fun to play
fucking
as.
traitor?
That means Yuri won't be learning the shit though. I mean, he'll learn special or super chain or whatever, but like, fucking don't care. Whatever, don't care.
Oh, he won't be
Guardian
using
Field.
this. Yeah, I don't care about that. Whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
In fact, he has
First, Alexei lost Flynn. Now he lost you too, Raven. That's gotta hurt the strength of his precious knights.
I don't know. He's still got his own personal royal guard with him, you know. Those guys are fiercely loyal to him. They'll never betray him.
You mean they still trust him? What could they possibly see in that piece of crap?
Well,
wow, that
Alexei
sounds
wasn't
very
a piece of crap when
relevant
he got his
to
start.
current day history.
Huh? It was his responsibility to bring peace to the world. That's a heavy load for anyone.
That's enough. The less I know about him, the easier I'll cut him.
Now that's the Yuri I know.
How did you get here? How did the Schwann Brigade have the time to excavate his corpse and him not be dead, then still beat us here when we were on an airship?
No answers. You get none, Jay. You get none.
It don't make sense. Do. You might as well just buy it all. 15 everything. Just, you're gonna need it eventually.
That's the plan.
Yeah. Did you actually buy it?
Yep.
Okay.
No, I'm not going through this right now.
Let's see if Google has any.
Oh, shit.
Oh, never mind.
I guess I can
I want to see how did Raven beat us to the Heracles. Snake. Snake.
You might also be our best healer at the moment, as a heads up.
Okay, got it.
Not saying you have to spam or anything, but like just something to keep in mind. You know, maybe occasionally throw an arrow out.
I'm not actually learning anything right now, so I'll keep that in mind.
I mean, Carol does actually do a decent job,
Whoop,
but
didn't mean to do that.
Okay, let's go.
Cool bow. How did Raven beat the party?
I hate this. I hate this. Why have your fucking cooking ingredients have like these scenarios where you can only get this cooking ingredient here. You can only get this cooking ingredient here. Oh, these guys are here. They're a resupplies location.
Naginata.
They'll let you buy cooking supplies. You can buy cooking supplies from these guys, right? All of these different cooking supplies. But I still can't make minestrone because they don't have tomatoes. They don't have tomatoes or cucumbers. They don't have milk. They don't have milk. Milk. Is it really just milk and tomatoes? They don't have dried seaweed or salmon. They don't have milk. They don't have tomato. They don't have
so
salmon.
We're still fucked.
It like motherfucker. I'm very upset. Judith is supposed to make croquets, though. I do remember that. Oh, I know Flynn is supposed to make Salisbury steak.
So
We'll see if that works.
I found a thread on Reddit about this exact plot hole.
Yeah.
And it's just people defending it
you're
with,
worried,
like,
Pete.
all the ways
Finally
that
accepted
they
what
could have got
happened
here
in
in
the grave
time.
at that cavern.
Like, they could have had a
Still not
special
quite
fast
sure
ship specifically for the
what I
knights.
should do from
Or
here.
the
I don't know what
Heracles
They got a
has
speedboat.
But it's always better
no,
to know
yeah,
before you
yeah,
leave.
or that Heracles had a
were you
teleportation
listening in,
blastia.
Asking the advice of a dog isn't gonna help either.
It doesn't bring me closer to a decision. But
Yeah,
it
yeah,
makes
I
me
know, I
feel
know.
a little better.
It's
Why not
the
try it
biggest
yourself,
copium
Mia?
I've ever read.
Maybe another time.
Sure.
There's nothing to be ashamed of.
Honestly,
would he-
legitimately, I get that it's like a thing it's a thing, right? Like, I get it's a thing, but them getting here doesn't really bother me necessarily, right? Like,
it's killing me.
I get that, but at the end of the day, I don't really care. I think it's stupid, but I don't really care. What bothers me more is Raven being revealed without any warning as Schwann, and then him dying as Schwann, and the whole party being like, oh, he was a good guy, and then all of a sudden, he's just back. Like, without any fanfare or any cool, like, I'm gonna save the day, he's just back. It's just such a bad utilization of literary mechanisms, right? Like, that's my issue. The Schwann Brigade being here is just silly to me, but I can live with it. Okay, I'm just gonna do that, and then we're just gonna buy orange shells back. Because we got the money.
For now.
Do I want to check? I'm not gonna lie, I kind of missed the fact that, you know, we had that minimap in the last dungeon. I kind of missed the minimap.
Yeah. Ugh. Well, I mean, that dungeon was specifically set up like a grid. All the other dungeons are not grid-like.
And? Give me a minimap anyways. Minimaps are nice. I'll say this. The only time you shouldn't include a minimap in a game like this is when exploration is a core mechanic of the game.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like, and there's basically two ways that you can do that is, what's the name of that series where plotting out the map is legitimately like a whole part of the series?
Strange Journey?
No.
Oh, that has a map. Well, no, the original was it?
It's the weird, like, it was a handheld, like a DS game or something like that.
Strange Journey?
A couple, I don't know what Strange Journey is.
It's Shin Megami Tensei.
Oh, it might be. I don't know that it's that, but it's something like that. I just can't remember the name of the fucking thing that I'm thinking of. But anyways, there's that, right? Like, where making your own map is kind of like a really big thing. Or...
yeah, like busting out the graph paper.
Yeah, or it's the concept of, like, how Outward did it, right? Where it's just, you don't have any of those quality of life tools, right? Like, the point of the game is to really, like, make you feel like you're stuck in the world, right? That's whole scenario. Either is fine, but if you're not doing either of those things, there's no reason to not have a mini map or like a fucking dungeon map or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it just puts more pressure on your players,
really
and
these
it's
little
like,
times together.
why?
Oh, caprice of innocent waters! Oh, caprice of innocent waters!
That didn't work.
Oh, caprice of innocent waters! Oh, caprice of innocent waters!
Muster.
Go out of heal.
What?
Never mind.
So is that okay?
I was trying to get you
I
to
was
throw
about
out
to say,
a
what's
heel.
wrong?
Well, Judith was pretty fucked up until Carol Nice 8 smashed her. I will say, being all up on the Heracles now, like, it looked real impressive from afar. Being all up on
rickety.
it now, it looks kind of shit. Like,
It looks kind of rickety.
there's, like, the scaffolding, is it, those are brick walls. You're telling me this mobile fortress has brick walls in it?
Well, what it looks like to me is that this panel got blown the fuck out, and they were just makeshift repairing the wall however they
Just
could.
get it fixed now.
Just fill it in. I don't care with what.
But they did it with bricks.
What's that?
I feel like it would be
care with
grinding
what.
and
Cry
just
over
jostling out right now.
Like I would ever. Who's gonna cry over you? That twerp, maybe.
Hey, don't look at me. I wasn't crying.
Not a single tear shed for the old man. I'm simply crushed.
Anyway, we are glad that you're safe, Master Raven.
Flynn, that title isn't natural. Why so formal all of a sudden?
I know it's not normal, but now that I know he's Captain Schwan, calling him Raven just doesn't seem right anymore.
Who cares about a title? Being a knight sounds like a real pain.
Well, you're not wrong there, Patty. Anyway, Schwann's buried in the depths of Bactian, ain't he? The guy standing in front of you is Raven. Just a simple old man.
Understood. I shall endeavor to
Do
keep
we
that
want to have a
fact in mind.
conversation about how the Schwan that died in Bactian was Alexei's right-hand man? Shouldn't you be privy to some of the information about what Alexei is doing? Maybe spill the beans to us a little bit? Maybe tell us why you tried to kill us? I don't know. Just, in general, any number of things that might be helpful to us. Or satisfy our curiosity.
God, I hate this shit with people on the floor not taking damage.
You want to learn your pickups?
No, I don't.
I bet you... Everybody has some. I bet you have some.
I'd rather just throw a mine down and wait for him to wake up and do it.
We're done.
You do you, fam. Not holy
Iron
water.
leg.
That's nice.
We're out here, like, breaking off parts of these
They were,
spider
like,
bots and taking
scraps
them
of
with
these-
us. Like, what the fuck?
I don't know. Bet you can pull in that flyer here. Huh. I guess not.
Nope, the game just wants to say, oh, hey!
Nope.
What?
Sorry, but
I
you're
had to
going
turn my
bye-bye.
back?
Punishing beast flash! Disturbing power now unleashed. Wield thy judgment upon the evil before me. Oh, disturbing power now unleashed. Wield thy judgment upon the evil before me.
Well, this is irritating. I can't touch it.
This fight's never gonna end.
Okay, we'll just leave
I
it
should,
here.
I should be the one that can
Be
touch it the
nice.
easiest.
You should be. I agree with you. You know, it sure would be nice if we could make any of our TP restoring boots.
Raven and Flynn are both captains
know?
of the Knights, but you still don't know much about the Heracles.
I say that.
Because
Technically,
Alexei
we
ordered
probably
it to be
can.
built in absolute secrecy. Not many folks of that rank know about that sort of construction work.
A lot of people must have known about the Heracles because of what happened in Dongrest. The people involved in the building itself were a handful of extremely skilled workers.
A handful?
That
A
would
hand.
explain how
You
they
do
put the
not
thing together
build
so fast.
something
But
this
why would they need to hide
big
it?
with
I
a
mean, they had
handful
enough
of
power
people.
to chase off Pharaoh at Dongrest.
Perhaps
Not
it
unless
wasn't
they're
intended
building it
for
over the
use
course
by
of
the
like
Knights.
40
It may have
years.
been built for
A
Alexei's
handful of
plan from
people
the
is
very
what's
beginning.
responsible for that
All
brick
that
wall.
for his personal
yeah.
use? That's some serious abuse of authority.
In any case, we have things to do before we can start worrying about that,
Right.
Sure. Alright, game.
I won't lose!
No way! No way!
Yo, disturbing power.
And
No way.
Take this!
Bastard.
Take this!
So I came over here to get the guy off of you. And another guy started beating me up, so I could not keep him off of you.
Supposed to happen. No way! No way! This wasn't.
Oh, okay, let's go.
Yike. Big yike, Jay. Big yike. Ooh,
Yeah.
2 Night Swords! How many Night Swords do we have now?
We're rich.
We have 8. I feel like we should have more, but maybe not. Check. Hello, lady.
Sorry, but you're going bye-bye. Disturbing power now unleashed. Meet thy judgment. Moonlight havoc. Caprice of innocent waters. Crimson moon. This is power. This is caprice of innocent waters. This is power. Oh, caprice of innocent waters.
Oh, victory pose!
Hey, you too. Oh, hell no.
So, what do you think about Yuri, Flynn?
He's a true friend.
Even now?
Absolutely.
I see.
Is there something you want to ask?
Nah, that's enough. Sorry to trouble you.
He's really something. He points out Yuri's mistakes, but still calls him a friend.
Bro,
I guess maybe they're
if
birds
you
of a feather.
can't,
That does make sense.
if you can
Flynn
only
is
be
Yuri's
friends with
friend,
people
after
who
all.
don't make mistakes, you ain't gonna have any friends.
Yeah. At the
Like,
same
what?
time, if you can't be friends with someone who calls you out for your mistakes, you also aren't
Yeah.
deserving of friends.
Yep. No, that's one thing I do appreciate, like you and Mitch. Like, if I say something dumb, like, you'll call me out on it, and I appreciate it.
You realize I get what you're saying, and I accept that. You realize the vast majority of the time, if we call you out on
Well,
something, it's not because you said something
little
it's dumb.
crazy
Dumb.
here. No,
it's
no,
because
there have been times.
But normally it's because you have become upset with yourself over something you shouldn't be upset with.
I mean,
And you
yeah,
just
there's
need
that
to-
too.
You just need to love yourself a little more, my man.
I
I
can't.
can't. I can't.
Sorry, that's
I
not
can't.
on the table.
It's not. That is not part of the
cards aren't
options.
on the deck.
Not too shabby for an old man, right?
Us.
Man, they really did fuck up that Raven shit. Like, he was gone for a second, betrayed the party for a second, died for a second, and then was back in the party. Like, just like, bam, 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 bam. Like, they just sped run that shit. That entire arc got sped run.
And none of it had to be bad. It all could have been good. It all
just dropping
have
little
been good.
hints that would have at least, they could have been super fucking vague too.
Yeah.
But like, like, and the fact that like the heart being replaced with the Blastia because he died or whatever.
Heart is just so out of left field. It just feels such bullshit.
It feels like that did not have to happen, and nothing would have changed in the story.
No, absolutely. It feels completely inconsequential. It didn't have to be completely inconsequential. There could be this whole thing where Raven was X-figure in the war, and Alexei, resurrected him or saved his life for his skill, and Raven is a reluctant accomplice, and the whole kill switch thing, right? Like, could have been a way to hold it over him.
Check this out, right? So what if in the Capitol there was some kind of like monument to those who died in the war, right?
Yeah.
And one of the names was Schwann, whatever his last name.
Sure.
Or whatever, right? And not knowing that Raven was Schwann, right? Be like, weird. Isn't Schwann alive? That's weird. Why is his name in there?
Sure.
And then you find out about the implant, and then you're like, oh, he did die.
Yeah.
That's why he was in there.
Yeah. I mean, there's so many different little bits of foreshadowing that could happen. So many different ways. Again, the whole point of a big reveal like this isn't to be an aha gotcha player. It's to be it should be for the players to be, oh, I get it now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
like that moment where it clicked.
Watch out, Raven!
We didn't get that moment. There wasn't a moment where it clicked. There was just a moment where like it was just vomited out on us, and we're just
walk carefully
have to just like
is
process
Raven
it.
always
like
that?
what?
Yeah, I'd say he's always like that. Why do you ask?
Well, there's the old man as Raven, and the old man as Captain Schwann. I just wonder which is the real one. That's all.
I'm sure that his actions as Schwann left a much bigger impression on you.
Anyway,
Or
you really didn't know that Raven was
they
Schwann
could have
this
gone
whole
the
time?
sleeper
I
agent
sensed
route.
something odd when we first met, but I couldn't equate his personality as Raven with that of Captain Schwann's.
He seemed like a goof-off, you mean?
Who are you calling a goof-off? Kids these days. Whispering nonsense behind an old man's back.
Well, Raven or Schwann, he's still an old man. It's not anything to get worked up over.
Perhaps so.
Sleeper agent?
Yeah, I'm just saying the sleeper agent would have also been interesting. Like, he was Schwann, but like for him to truly penetrate the party, he needed to forget he was Schwann.
So like legitimately
like actual sleeper agent who was woken up and then became full imperial again.
Again, so many ways that it could have been done to try to like maximize how interesting and cool and relevant and any number of other things. And it basically feels like they did none of that.
Snake.
Priest of innocent waters.
Thank you for smashing me nicely with aid.
Disturbing power now unleashed. Meet thy judgment upon the evil before thee. Press it down.
These guys even do. Oh, they shoot little balls of light. Okay.
What?
I have not seen these guys actually do
that
anything.
was so much damage. Why did that snake do 6,000 damage?
Did it?
Yes.
Maybe it's like darkness aspected and
Maybe
they're weak to dark?
Dark? I don't know.
I mean, Stranger Things, you know? They do shoot little balls of light.
That's true. Truth.
I'm gonna go a little crazy here.
Are you about to lens them? No, they're not weak to anything. Or strong to anything.
Okay.
Alright, hold on. Maybe it crits? Here. Snake. Oh, nope. I said snake. Nope, I meant... Oh, that's the wrong button. Here we go. That was 2,000. 3,000.
Maybe
It
it's
must have crit.
maybe it crit, or maybe it's based on the range it travels. No, that one traveled really far and it did 3K. Yeah, it had to have just been a crit. Oh, they do actually punch. Wow.
Watch out! Watch out!
1,000.
Watch out!
That was almost 4,000.
Watch out! This wasn't.
Oh, so is that okay?
That guy got flung.
Yeah.
Ba 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 ba.
Roof!
Huh? Is this air?
It appears so. Air is flowing through this pipe.
Ain't it dangerous getting so close to it?
This air isn't very thick. It's safe.
But why is air flowing through the Heracles?
It seems that air is what's making this giant contraption work.
It's being supplied with air without the need for air crane. Oh, wow.
The construction of the Heracles was kept top secret, so I don't know the details of how it works.
I mean, like, we've been using Blastia throughout the entire game without being directly next to a fucking air crane. The way air crane was explained to us is it's like, you know, the core of a zone, and at the core, the air crane kind of like produces the air, or like regulates the air. So, like, why would this need the assistance of an air crane? It would just collect the air as it travels through various regions. Like, what the fuck was that statement? What?
I don't...
Even yours truly hasn't heard anything about the construction. Because I wasn't interested.
Oh man, you're totally useless when we really need you.
Almost as if the game writers don't want him to be able to provide any useful information.
The Sorcerer's Ring is glowing.
I saw it do the same thing back in Gasparost.
Aw, shit.
Yeah, we were together when that happened.
Let me see that.
I've always wanted to hold hands with you, Rita.
Also, I'm gonna throw this out there. Doesn't it feel weird, a little weird, that these things, the air crane, exist all over the world, and we've stumbled upon a handful of them, right? And the Sorcerer's Ring that we have is this thing that basically like channels, and with the alteration of air can interact with various different things. But rather than the Sorcerer's Ring being enhanced at the various air crane that we visit, it gets enhanced just randomly in the middle of fucking whatever dungeon.
I really think they should have picked a different word than air. Like, I know it's spelled differently than AIR, but in casual conversation, you're just saying AIR.
I'm just saying air. Air. I mean,
it should have been called something differently, especially when it's also like an invisible force just around.
Just call it. I mean, come on. There's
anything. You've always introduced so many like nouns in the game, like
there are
Entelekea and Prene and
there's already a word for what they made up. Aether.
Yeah. Yes. Absolutely.
Easy peasy.
That's exactly what it is.
Like easy fucking peasy. They just had to be different.
Well, I mean, yes, they had to be different, but it's also they could have called it literally
air.
anything else other than air. Because air is.
You mean they could have called it Nagig?
Yes, they could have called it Nagig. At least Nagig
being
isn't air.
affected by the Nagig.
So, like in this space right here in this world, could both exist
Try pointing it at this gate.
And air. Do you see how that's stupid?
Really seems a lot more powerful than it was before. Are you sure that's okay?
If it can destroy everything it shoots, that would definitely be dangerous.
That was a reaction between the air inside the gate and the
It's
air that the
reaction
ring shot.
between the Nagig inside the gate and the Nagig that the ring shot.
It won't destroy anything and everything.
It's still not as ridiculous as Gungungagop.
Nagungagop is a legitimate thing, though.
Let's use the sorcerer's ring to destroy that gate, too.
I know, but still.
That's just so funny to me that was the example. We had that conversation. You were like, yeah, this one word, Nagungagop. I'm like, do you mean Nagungagop? That's a legitimate thing.
I'm like, is that some Norse shit? You're like, yes, that's some Norse
shit. Oh god. And that's it. Hey, we probably can destroy those fucking rocks now.
Yeah, this ring just keeps getting new abilities.
To go all the way
it got
back.
a new one back in Gothfrost, didn't it?
Back then, it was just you
I
and
bet
me,
it destroys
Yuri.
those walls,
I'd love
too.
to study it when I get a chance,
Yeah,
but
and
I
you know
guess
what you're
now
gonna get
isn't
out
the
of it?
time.
Well, at least this means we can go to new places now. That's good, right?
Raven's right.
Nothing.
We should go around shooting stuff and look for new
World
places
chatter,
we can get
right?
into.
Yeah, it's hard to tell whether something will react to the ring or not just by looking at it.
I don't know how I feel about just going around and shooting everything we can.
I like it. It's the manly way to do things.
You like it? Wow! Maybe if I shoot here! How about here? Yeah! I did it! It opened! It opened!
Even the dog is like, bro.
Even the dog is like, bro. So you had us destroy this stuff just as an example of how to destroy stuff.
Yeah.
Well, that works.
Hello.
Can I destroy you?
Well,
no,
you can.
But I can stun you.
Watch my back.
I so rarely do this, Jay.
Watch out!
Watch out!
Oh, caprice of innocent waters! Caprice of innocent waters!
Such luster!
Full power! Onward!
Such luster.
What is night water?
Good question. Water knights used to cleanse themselves during a pilgrimage.
Not for drinking.
Are these knights on a pilgrimage?
Bro. So
also, I want to point out that we have night water and we have night holy water. So they have specific water that they use to cleanse themselves during a pilgrimage that they're all just carrying around with them on the Heracles, where they're presumably just doing their basic fucking jobs. And they have night holy water that is blessed night water only for special ceremonies. again, that they're just carrying around with themselves while they do their basic fucking jobs. In the dungeon.
Is this the first example of people bottling bathwater?
It's bottling bathwater. Oh no.
I mean, you can go to a shop and sell it.
Allows for magic cast by allies to pass through?
I thought it already did.
Do allies block magic?
No way. Absolutely no way.
We're testing. We're absolutely testing.
No, we would have seen that by now. We would have noticed, surely.
We're absolutely testing.
Take Carol out. I'll heal.
No.
Oh, you want me to stand in the way?
I just want you to. I want you to stand in front of me.
Okay.
And I'll just fireball through you.
Okay.
And I want to see if you block my fireballs.
Okay. No, how would we have never noticed this? And remember, a holy bottle is not holy night water either. A holy bottle is something different than holy night water.
True.
Bleh.
Right,
okay.
Come stand
here I come. I'm gonna stand in the way of your fireball. Here I come. Did you miss?
I mean, it just went right around you.
Hey, help me out when I'm casting.
Oh, all right.
I just tried to. Been playing Night Rain too much. I just started hitting R1 expecting to shoot the bow.
Yeah, it feels like that is complete bullshit.
Fireball. I'm gonna be like right here. It's bullshit. It's
went
bullshit.
right past you.
You're a liar, gang.
Victory is sweet.
Victory is something.
Bottled bath in this game. Exterminate.
Ooh, now's our chance.
Hey, we got it.
You worked.
Such luster. Whoa.
What fucking thing learned? I learned that up. I did. I learned Violent Pain and I didn't realize it.
Well,
whoops.
If you learned a special art from like Chain or whatever,
Not bad.
then it should show up with the new icon. It should
Yeah.
look a sign
It's in there.
thing.
Okay, let's go. Finish that one.
Strength cure.
I really wish they would be like, that item, you have too much of this. Would you like to use this on an ally? Yes. Which one?
It would be nice.
No, you gotta be like, you can't carry more of this. Discard it? No. Pull up your item. Menu, item, use, character, close, open chest again.
Would be nice.
Even Resident Evil eventually made that an option. Like, that was something people were complaining about in the old Resident Evils, and they made it an option in the new one. Or later one, at least. What's happened to that thing? Phew.
Whoa, I felt that. I'm glad we're still alive.
This is disturbing power now unleashed.
This wasn't supposed to happen.
We're disturbing power now unleashed. Me judgment upon the evil before me. Violent pain.
Blah, blah, blah.
Alright, I'm going back to this.
Innocent waters. Champagne.
What are you, like, working towards, if anything, right now?
Nothing that I'm aware of.
I need to get stronger.
I hope you
That
can.
was the only new
At
spell
least
that
strong
I-
enough not to be a pain.
I could get via my via my new things. So right now I'm just working towards 1,000 on champagne. Because that's the maximum size, I believe. I guess I could go back to working on fireballs so I could get even more fireballs.
Yeah, and maybe eventually one of them will clip a party member.
Maybe. Shortens the time a mage is immobile after casting a spell.
Yeah, because you're
Like-
so mobile while you're, you know, wanting to be so mobile while you're casting.
I'm gonna put that on.
And actually, if you're not even free running, your mobility options are either closer or further away.
Hey, it's better than the strange mark, apparently. We'll see. I'll fiddle battle with it and see if it feels any different.
You know, like having reflex armor.
Yeah, right?
I'm gonna go a little crazy here.
Oh, really? You know what I'm gonna do, Raven? I'm just gonna use my auto this whole fight. Just to make you wrong. Man, he's going crazy! Look at him going crazy. He's so crazy.
It doesn't feel any different.
This wasn't supposed to happen.
Doesn't feel any different at all.
I mean, it doesn't look like you're moving at all.
I was trying. I was like, after each one, I was dipping, and it was just like, okay, it's still sluggish as shit. Holy symbol. Hell yeah. Can I destroy any of these things? Can I destroy this pipe? Can I destroy your mom?
Nay.
Okay, game. I can't shoot up.
I can.
I guess I can shoot up. It's just probably not a good thing for me to do.
Flickering blaze burn. O caprice of innocent waters. Please. O flickering blaze burn.
Ooh,
Yay.
I think I'm in love.
You'll just get burned.
Hello,
Oh,
Fran.
baby, I'm already charred to a crisp.
Yartar. What's this?
Hangar door.
Oh. Correct way to go? Seems like correct way to go.
That looks like the engine room to me.
There are quite a few of the Royal Guard there.
That sure is some heavy security.
6.
It doesn't look like it'll be too easy to stop it.
It'll be impossible to force our way inside with that many guards.
Could easily
There are
handle.
more of us than there are of them. I never understood that in video games, right? Like, how hard, in that exact scene, how hard would it have been to just pan out slightly and put 20 guards there instead of 6? So that it actually looks like there's a lot of guards. You know?
Since when are you so level-headed?
I thought you were going to throw a big fireball and make it go boom.
We've come this far. Don't you think we should be careful not to mess things up?
I think that if we
Or,
can
I
stop the
guess,
Heracles,
party pooper.
Are we
Sonia
here
and
to
her
do
men will be
exactly
able to get
that?
on board.
No matter how big the fish, it'll calm down once you hit it in the head.
Also, I was like, this is, if we stop the Heracles, Sodia and her fleet will be able to board it. If we stop the Heracles, they'll be able to board it, because when we were having the conversation on Baul, it didn't feel like the Heracles' mobility was the issue. It felt like its fucking cannons sinking the wooden ships was the issue. We're not talking about disabling all
let's
the
search the
fucking
control room.
cannons. We could be doing that,
you're
by
right.
the way. We could be maybe we disable the cannons on the left side, and that gives.
Well, maybe the cannons run on the power
Raven,
generated from
do you
the
know
engine
where the
room.
control room is?
You know what? Maybe.
Sorry, that's one thing I don't know.
What if the control room's even more heavily guarded?
In that case, we'll have no choice but to force our way in.
That'd be a war between 7 people, 1 dog, and the entire Royal Guard. Sounds like
I
a
like
lot of
those
trouble.
odds.
Let's hope it doesn't come to that.
There was just a person right there.
Right there, listening to us chit chat.
Right? Like, what?
Achoo.
What's in here?
Probably
What's
an
in
enemy in
your
a treasure
wallet?
chest. Nope.
What?
Looks like a shortcut back.
It does look like
I'll take him out. Our strategy worked.
Our strategy, which was shoot them with the sorcerer ring.
Oh, Caprice of innocent waters. Nice aim, Snow. That's an attack.
Who loves you, baby?
Nice aim smash. Lunar thing. So is that okay?
Yeah.
What a weird, like, singular statement. No one responding or anything like that. Judith just being like, so was that okay? And that's it. No other dialogue. Just that. That's it. Also, what is with this invisible wall right here? Well, I don't like the looks of this, Jay.
If only we had milk. Or tomatoes, or onions or potatoes.
Did she learn the thing and I didn't see
What?
it?
I don't know what you were trying to learn.
I don't know either because it looks like I took it off, which makes me think that I did make it.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Fine. I think I did make it, and I think we ran out of things that I could work towards making, and I put it back on because it gives the 30% magic boost, and so I was like, well, might as well make something, you know?
Yep.
Which, I don't disagree with. Might as well make something. Like tempura. Sure. Not even gonna look up who makes it well. I'm just gonna go with it.
Wow.
I don't care that much.
You care enough
for freight lift to
try.
Move, Blastia, move. What is that? Am I trying to like drop that on the guy? Like I don't.
Hey, my BFF Jill. Maybe I can use the snake here. Look at that dude just jumping over it.
That was pretty funny, honestly. That guy didn't even jump over it. It just went through his fucking legs.
Oh, the time has come to say goodbye.
50%. I'm into it, baby.
I bet you are.
Hey. I'm just gonna leave this on moving. That's the case. I don't want to fight you. For me.
Now's our chance! Let's take care of them quick! Watch out! Oh, disturbing power now unleashed! Meet that judgment upon the evil before me! Watch out! Oh, Caprice!
Bye, I guess.
Watch out! Please! Oh, Caprice of innocent waters!
Mine.
Do the thing! Christ, why do I have to spam the button?
Watch out!
Like, holy shit, you're a pain in the
Victory
ass.
is sweet.
Why am I not critting all the time? I have max luck.
I couldn't actually tell you what the answer to your question is. Couldn't begin to tell you, Jay. I have no earthly idea how any of the stats in this game work. Like, what do we even have? We have physical attack? You have 942 physical attack.
We all have 100 luck. Everybody should be critting like crazy.
Oh, not Carol. He's only got 62.
Carol, I guess.
Only 95 on Flynn.
No.
But like, what's the damage calculations in this game? When you shoot an arrow, does Raven's 940 attack, is the enemy's defense subtracted? Right?
Oh,
like,
no.
I have no idea what the calculations are. No earthly clue. So it means I have no idea how to value any of the information. I wanted to run by that guy.
Watch my back.
Failure.
Yeah, big failure.
Walk into that, please. Thank you.
Watch out! No way!
It's supposed to happen. This wasn't supposed to happen. Oh, yeah, we're done.
God.
There's a lot of
Stronger
ga.
and
A lot of gotten. Where the fuck does this go? Let's go outside. This goes outside, doesn't it? It does, but not the outside I thought it was gonna go to.
What kind of outsides are you looking for?
I thought this was gonna be back up where the Schwann Brigade was.
Lunar Rock.
Hope you're not sleepy, Jay, because I don't know where the fuck the next
No,
fucking save
I'm
point
not.
is gonna be.
You know why? I don't know what happened, but like, I had like really bad stomach cramps this morning, and I was like up to like 4. But like, you know, I got through it. Had to go to the bathroom, went to bed, but like, until like 2 or 3 in the afternoon, I had no energy. Was just super fucking tired.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, then I got over it, and now I'm not sleepy when I'm supposed to be. It's gonna be a problem.
Fight like I'm gonna die.
It fucked my sleep schedule.
Poor thing, you. I mean that. You poor thing, you.
This is flickering blaze burn. This is power. Oh, caprice of innocent
So this is what
waters.
sucks, right? So this flying guy, I can hit up and shoot him out of the air just like that. Not a problem, right? Doing that's fine. Boom. Can do it all day long. But the problem is when I do that, he's now on the ground, and you can't hit enemies on the ground.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna
What are
do
you
it.
doing?
I'm gonna do it immediately. I'm doing it. I'm doing it.
What are you doing?
I'm gonna do it.
What? What is it that you're doing?
I'm gonna do it.
Quit saying what you're going to do and tell me what you're going to do.
Stop trying to do it and do it. Uh-huh. Not that. Not that. Uh-huh, not that. Uh-huh, not that. Not that. Just like dancing. After, just like dancing.
What does that mean?
Just like dancing, after using it 200 times, if you use it on a downed enemies, it forces them to stand back up. So you can hit them again.
But it doesn't until I use it how many times?
200 times.
How many uses do I have?
38. I believe.
What is that one?
I think it's the one where you... I think it's this... I don't remember. I think it's the one where you attack a bunch.
Well, I'm using one where it's like I lift an enemy in the air and then attack a bunch.
I'm trying to see if there's anything else. Downs enemy, downs enemy, downs enemy.
You're just like dancing. I'm like, what?
I think that
me?
is the everyone has, I think, like at least one. Some people have multiples. I think that is Raven's only one, as far as I can tell. But yeah, if you
replace it with Violent Snake, just to
okay,
all right, just to see
what it is.
Stupid snake, anyways. I mean. Probably reason I use it.
Fight like I'm gonna die, huh?
Probably gonna be a melee round, isn't it?
Oh, I would assume.
Yeah. That's what I originally used.
I mean, honestly, that seems pretty good.
It's not bad, I guess. I guess it just didn't want to use it because it's a melee, like.
It hits 5 times.
You poor thing.
And it does like 500 to 800 damage a hit.
Yeah, but it's melee. It's melee. It's not fucking like ranged as shoots. Shut up.
Oh
fine.
shit.
I'll like it's probably better than Snake anyways. It's fine. It's fine. I am doing me. Doing me.
Snake crits for like 6k.
Yeah, but I apparently not. Maybe I'm just going crazy.
I don't know. Oh, I pissed it off.
Yeah.
I guess I can
see
fight.
that.
Now we're back to why I didn't use the ring.
Could do more damage if there was 3 girls in the party.
I can get rid of Carol and we can just not have a healer at all. I'll put Patty in here. I guess I could put Patty on healing and see how good she does. Honestly, I'm kind of interested in that. I'm gonna do it.
Don't do it.
I'm gonna do it because I want to see how good the AI does as healer Patty.
Healer Patty's random though.
Just rip them apart.
Do we know that for sure?
The heal is whatever.
It's just like I'm not gonna argue with you.
I don't.
Heal. Keep a close eye on HP. There you go, Patty. Where the fuck are we going?
The answer to your question is yes.
Oh, thanks for baiting me, game. Again, looks like we can walk there. Can't walk there.
Resound, O cry of victory!
Well, this team kind of kicked ass, honestly. Yeah? I think I might go back. I think I might be progressing further into the dungeon than I'm supposed to be progressing.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You think?
I feel like... I don't know, maybe?
No. No, you're gonna have to go to 5 different, like, branches.
There's a save point right there.
Probably in any order that you wish.
Yeah, but we haven't discovered that we're supposed to do that yet.
Yeah, we have. We just now did. Literally, just now. Discovery has occurred.
I guess.
I guess. Whoop.
We should really enjoy these little times together.
Cool. I love these jumpy ass robots. Oh my god! Stop!
So is that okay?
Don't know what you're asking is okay.
Buster Wolf?
I guess the answer to the question is maybe, but I'm not sure.
Answer to "Are you okay?" is Buster.
Damn.
Let's eliminate them.
Here we go. Don't run over there. Just do the skill. You're wasting meter.
Such grace.
I hate you. Fucking semi-auto. This is why I've always done auto.
I can put you on auto.
No, I just fucking...
Victory is sweet.
I'm good, I'm good.
You chose
like,
it!
When he, like, read, and he's like, nope, I'm fine, I'm cool.
We went this whole fucking direction. In this door.
They're wide open.
Let's party!
If that's what the AI likes to do.
Such grace.
Don't get in our way.
Perfect.
Patty, definitely not as good a healer as Carol.
Put Carol in. Stop being difficult for no reason. Put Carol back.
I just wanted to see. I wanted to test. It was for science. Wasn't for difficulty.
Boy.
Thought it'd be neat to see.
Was it neat? Was it neat?
It was fine.
Well, was it neat?
I don't know if I'd say neat. I mean, it was kind of cool seeing Patty actually, like, swap to appropriate things and
art, yeah,
do shit. Unlike me, who was just spamming abilities.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Now we're gonna have some fun. Such grace. Such grace. Such grace.
Oh, flickering blaze, burn! Oh, flickering blaze, burn! Oh, flickering blaze, burn!
Don't get in our way.
I feel this power
Bop, bop,
inside
bop,
me.
bop. A new weapon. Super Chain
Masakari.
5. Ooh, Crucible, Athenor, and Durwood. Seems fun. Let's put that
Yeah,
on.
that's one of the modifiers. So the next fight, we could see Carol be like, learn new art, learn new art, learn new art.
Okay. Bullshit. Oh god, a save point.
Well, if you wanted a save point, you should have been more specific.
Fuck you. Okay, well, it's been a night. It's been a night. Like
a little bit.
I'm trying to not just dog this game, but it keeps doing some dumb ass shit.
Yeah.
Like holy fuck.
How did Raven end up here before us? I don't get it, man. Like, and how did the writers just say fuck it and leave it that way? Like,
right?
I feel like you know, I don't know what I feel like.
Here's the thing. They could have given us any sort of dog shit explanation and you would have accepted it. Right? But they
I might not even be happy with it, but it's still better than nothing.
Yeah, but they completely avoided it. Right? Completely avoided it. And the only explanation they gave for how Raven survived was, oh, LeBlanc and the Brigade helped me out. Okay? And? What? So, yeah, anyways. Still having fun. Fun game to play. And
yeah,
honestly, having fun, honestly, at this point, it's done the whole thing where it's like jump the shark and now I'm just making fun of it.
Yeah.
Where I'm just like, how have you gotten to be this bad? So, still enjoying it, still having a good time, but my god, if I had to rate this fucking game right now, it would not be good. It would not be good.
If only you had a master list where you could actually do such things.
I mean right now. By the time we get to the end, that rating might change. But if I had to pick right now, it would not be good.
Yeah, tonight was not a good showing.
That shit is just like, really? And here's the thing. I'm willing to bet we don't get much out of Raven for the rest of the game. Right? He's still going to be participant in the dialogues. He's still going to, maybe he'll have something with Alexei when we finally face off against Alexei. But I'm willing to bet there's no other big, this is the Raven character moment. Right? And
that was the Raven
That was the Raven character moment. That was the big reveal. And it was not only was it so weak because it had no foreshadowing, it didn't make sense, anything like that, but also, even discounting those things, it was done like so half-assed. He just like walked in and he's like, basically, yeah, I'm your enemy, I'm here to kill you, we fight, we win. Yuri attempts to kill him. Right, they have a final clash. Yuri strikes the killing blow. He magically has a heart blastia, which doesn't seem to matter anymore. that keeps him from dying, and then he's suddenly a good guy again and saves us. And everyone is like, okay, yay, we like Raven. Like, What? Yeah, what? Even it just self-contained. If they had foreshadowed that reveal the entire time and it was set up perfectly,
it would have been cooler.
It would still be shit because of how it played out. So not only was it trash leading up to it, had no setup, had no investment or anything like that. And then on top of it, the actual reveal itself is just like, okay, and then magically alive. Like, so many missed opportunities. So many missed opportunities.
Yep.
Makes me so disappointed. But that's it for tonight's session of Tales of Vesperia. Thanks for hanging out. I don't know how the fuck anyone is watching me just bitch about this game.
I mean, this is a beloved game. This is one
it's a good thing that
I think on the common Tales fan, Vesperia is always going to be like somewhere in like top 5.
And that's what I thought my opinion of the game was too. Right?
Me too. But it's just not. It's not
clearly incorrect. Like, I'm sorry, I've stolen this wonderful memory from you, Jay. I'm sorry.
It's not the first, and it's not the last
it's
either.
Probably not gonna be the last.
You know, the last time I was really affected by this was when I replayed GoldenEye 007 on the Nintendo 64 with Brad a few years ago. That has aged.
It's
like
rough.
Fine fucking milk.
Yes, it is.
No.
It does not play well anymore.
Ugh,
but I mean, back in the day, it was peak.
That was it, man. You didn't get better than that.
I think that's a difference, though, right? Like, you can be a period classic because during that time period, you were like the cutting, bleeding edge. And I do think GoldenEye was that cutting edge at that time period. It sucks now,
it was.
of course.
And I mean, we all spent a lifetime in multiplayer. Like,
sure, right? But this, on the other hand, is one of those things of like, I'm not judging this game on its age. I'm not. The defense of this game isn't, oh yeah, but it's 27 years old and it was made at a different time period and they didn't have the technology to do blah 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 blah. No, this is just everything about the game is fun to play. It's just everything about it is written badly.
Here's the thing, like, there's another thing that we haven't really talked about that has really kind of gotten me. It's that everybody's lines feel mostly delivered incredibly flat. Like, there's a few times where people raise their voices, like Rita, that's just kind of her thing.
Sure.
But, like, even when serious shit is happening, Yuri rarely, like, says anything with any kind. And here's the thing. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is because it's fucking Troy Baker, right? He's one of, like, if you go to list, like, the most famous voice actors, like, Troy is going to be up there, right?
The voice actors.
And the thing is, he is a brilliant voice actor, which, like, all you have to do is go look to Last of Us. So just watch the first 15 minutes of Last of Us, and you know that man can act. Like, he is so good. It's not just that his voice sounds good. Yeah. He is an actor, right? But I feel like
Rita's voice actress is Rukia. She has range. You can see that in Bleach. She'll be calm, she'll be fun, she'll be snippy, she'll freak the fuck out, right? Sorry, I interrupted you. Continue.
Yeah, no. It's just like, and I guess with playing games where, like, people have way more feeling in what they're saying, like when I was playing through Expedition 33, or watching you even go through Metaphor, right? Like, when Stroll talks, you can tell
with passion.
He cares about what he's saying. Like, it's in the voice, it's in the feeling, it's that little, like, sharp inhale of air before he speaks. Like, I don't know if you noticed that, but
sure,
when he talks,
yeah.
sometimes he's got this like little, and he says something, right? You know,
absolutely.
I don't know. But
I 100% understand what you're saying, and I don't think this is exclusive to this game. I think it's egregious in this game, but I think that happens in a lot of JRPGs like this, especially from a specific era. Kind of like this concept of when voice acting started to get included more frequently in games like this, up until maybe around like 10 years ago, right? And that is because and this is not shots fired at any of the people doing this work or anything like that, because like you were saying, we know some of them are great actors and absolutely have the range.
I mean, best in their field.
This is not even a shot at the voice like director. Assuming that this game had a director for that, because not all of them do. Sometimes they just have a guy who's like, yeah, here are the voice lines, read these voice lines, okay, I've recorded the voice lines, they're getting plugged into the game, right? But they're in nowadays, right, like the examples that you're giving, those are games where the devs have come to understand that they want people to be acting those parts rather than just reading the lines. And this is just reading the lines, right? The vast majority of the time. Sometimes, very rarely, we get a couple of like parts where it's like, oh, Yuri got a little mad there. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Right? but normally it's just them reading the lines, you know?
Yeah.
I feel you. I absolutely feel you.
And also, even in Dark Deity 2, like people speak in that game.
Absolutely.
Like they mean it.
100%.
Like, you know, in when Redacted died last time you played. Like, that.
People are
absolutely.
freaking out. People are screaming. People are sobbing. People are ranting. Like,
and
there's
people are being
emotional
like
range.
irrational, saying things they know are irrational. You murderer! Like, bro, this is war.
Yeah, 100%. And even in the people who are trying to be rational in the moment, you can still hear the pain in their voices, right? They're like, I don't fucking want to be rational right now, but I get that we've got to keep it the fuck together, so I'm gonna try to be the voice of reason here, you know? Like, I don't know. Anyways.
Yeah, alright. Well, I'm glad I'm not alone in that line of thinking.
Absolutely. That has been so when I was growing up, right, like, and I think this is the same for a lot of us, and I think this is why we have nostalgia for a lot of games like this, right? Like, JRPGs were just the option that we had. If we didn't have, you know, Last of Us's, we didn't have freaking Expedition 33's or whatever example of whatever game your, you know, hype is. We didn't have those when we were growing up. So we got addicted to things like this, but it has always been a frustrating thing for me in JRPGs when this is a very common thing where it's just like, oh, there's voice acting? That is a cliched kind of trope where people are like, oh, it's a JRPG and it has voice acting? Voice acting is going to be bad, right? Like, it's just an accepted concept.
That was a common,
right?
But like, I mean, even in the Tales games, that's not always the case, because like,
absolutely
Arise, I had no complaints with like line delivery and people
not really.
feeling like they
maybe
felt
a little bit here or there, but generally speaking, but again, it's a modern game, so it benefits from that modern concept of you know, these people are actually acting the role. Let's get some range
and I will say, like,
them.
in Vesperia, like at the end when Laffy told Velvet that, you know, he loved her, and that, like, that made me feel.
I think again, another example of why I really like Berseria is because I think Arise to me as a Tales game feels very different from all the Tales games that came before it. Right?
Agreed. I agree with that.
Berseria still feels very much like a Tales game. right?
It's rooted in
it's
yeah.
modern, or it's more modern, but everything about it still feels, and that's the other thing, still looks like a Tales game. Because Arise also looked very different from other Tales games, right? It had a glossy look to it. It was a different visual style, right? So that is one of the reasons why I am beginning to hold Berseria so high in the Tales like franchise, because it's got character development. It has a sense of it's got a logical story. There are weird parts to it, but generally speaking, the story follows logical plot points, right? Its characters have emotional range. They freak out. They are jokey. They have fun times. They have sad times, right? It's got the whole package. It's not a perfect package, but it has the whole package.
I want a Tales game where Ifrid is a party member.
That would be cool.
I want Ifrid as a party member.
That would be cool.
Make it happen. I just want it. I don't know. I don't think that's asking too much.
I don't think that's asking too much.
Especially since the first and only time we saw him, he turned into a demon and we kicked his ass and he died. Come on. He was other time he's just been dialogue.
Just destroyed.
Come on.
Absolutely wrecked.
Please.
Yeah. Yeah.
Imagine if Patty was a serious character.
Oh. I'm going to say it. I've said it before. This game would be better if every single one of the characters was a decade older.
Oh, yeah.
This game would be absolutely better if every single one of these characters was a decade older. The game would be able to take itself more seriously. Huh?
I feel like we didn't care back in the day because back when we were originally playing this,
sure, 100%.
They were closer to our actual age.
Here's the other thing, though. I'll tell you. We didn't care because, they're closer to our age. But we also wouldn't have cared if they were 10 years older. There are plenty of games that you played when you were younger that had adult characters, and you weren't like, I don't like this game because the characters are adults and they don't represent
Unrelatable.
me.
Also, hey Cassie.
No, bullshit. Hi Cassie. Right? It's just a weird JRPG tropey mechanism where it's just they should be young, right? Why?
It's just a trope, it's
Why?
a stereotype.
Yeah. I feel like you and I could just
Raven at least should have been 60, right? For
he's
the
35.
character they're trying to portray him as, I feel like he needs to be 60 years old plus.
I disagree. I think I am spot on. He's 35, isn't he?
Yeah, he's 35.
I think everything about Raven would be perfectly acceptable if he was a 45-year-old, right? Because if he was 45, we'd be like, that's not that old. But if we were 20 years old, we'd be like, yeah, that's an old man. Get the fuck out of here, old man.
No, man, I'm
but that would fit perfectly because he would still be a person, still capable, still able to do these things, and he would be middle-aged, but there would be yes, middle-aged, but how old are you?
42.
You're 42, and you have these moments where you're like, I'm an old man, because that's around the time when you start being like, yeah, I'm getting old. So even Raven has these moments where he's like, don't call me an old man. And then he has moments where he's like, I'm an old man, right? Because that's around the time he's feeling old. Again. Exactly, right? It would make perfect sense. But instead, we get 35-year-old Raven, and it's like, he's not old. He can probably kick all of your teenage asses. What the fuck? Get out of here.
That's still a thing too. We talked about it before, but Uncle Iroh, which I don't think we know Iroh's age in Avatar, but he's one of the strongest people on the fucking planet, and he's not even
that is another one of those kind of tropey things though, because he realistically shouldn't be as capable as he is. He is actually an old man. and if we're being honest, age does do things to people. That's not to say that there aren't 60-year-olds that obviously can beat the ever-loving shit out of people, including me. I'm not one to talk, right? But
Yeah.
it's one of those things of like the powerful old person is a pretty common trope, right? Like the Hashals of the realm, if you would.
Oh, so that's funny. So there isn't an official age for Iroh, but looking around, the general consensus is like 60-ish.
Yeah, makes sense.
Which is what I said Raven should have been. If he's going to be old.
Cassie. Yeah, I agree 100%. But and this is just another reason where I feel like the whole game would be better, or the characters would make more sense and they would be better. None of them would have to change drastically. All of their motivations could stay the same. But if they were all just 10 years older, everything would make more sense in the world, right? All of their motivations could remain the same and it would be perfectly fine. We wouldn't have all of the weird, inappropriate shit that gets said.
Yeah, Raven hitting on Rita and Estelle, who are
right,
very underage.
It would be perfectly fine then. They'd be young adults. It'd be acceptable.
It wouldn't be perfectly fine. He's still a fucking creep.
Oh, okay.
Like,
yes, it would still. I will say a lot of the times different games are worse about this. Most of the Tales games do this. It's a shitty thing that happens with them. Most of the Tales games do this. I will say this game hasn't been especially terrible. Like, Raven hasn't been super dirty old man constantly. A lot of the things that he says, I've even made the comment of being like, if that was the one time he said something, that would be perfectly fine and funny and jokey. But it's because he says things relatively frequently that it comes off as creepy, right? But again, if they were 20-year-olds or 22-year-olds or 25-year-olds, right, and he says that when he's a 45-year-old, right, it might still be a little bit here.
It's good, but all it does is just remove the pedophilic.
But that's where it gets like super creepy, is that kind of vibe, right? It can still be a bit creepy.
I don't know. I feel like you could have a character like him while also respecting women. I don't.
I'm not going to argue with you on that. Absolutely, you can. What I'm trying to say is if they just felt like having the pervy old man kind of trope was a requirement, you can do it, and Raven's not a bad example of it being not horrendous. It would be even less horrendous if they were all 10 years older, is the point I'm trying to make.
Yes, it would be less bad.
Right? Like,
it would be better.
Carol would be a better character if he was 10 years older, because then he'd be a young adult, and it would make more sense of the things he's even doing in the fucking world. Right? He could still keep all of the same aspects of being inexperienced and unsure of himself and all of that jazz, and looking up to the others as kind of like mentor figures, and these people are so cool and they seem to know what they're doing, right? Wouldn't be stupid that he's like a 12-year-old trying to do all this shit in the fucking world.
Right. See, that's the thing. It's like, as a 12-year-old, it feels almost stupid to put that kind of responsibility on a literal child.
But as a 22-year-old,
if he was a young adult,
as a 22-year-old,
you could expect those responsibilities to be on a person of that age, and for those responsibilities to be
do we know how old Patty is? 12-year-old runs a guild. 12-year-old even has in the concept of his mind the understanding of what a mercenary guild is, and wants to run one, right? And has been a member of multiple mercenary guilds.
Apparently, Patty is 2 years older than Carol. She's
really
14.
Patty is 14.
She looks younger.
She looks like she's 7. But I will say, if she is 14, right? If she is 14, if instead she was 24 and she had like, I hate to use the trope, but if she was instead 24 and she had like an amnesic past, right? Then it would still make perfect sense for her character. That she doesn't know what happened. She doesn't know where she came from. She's trying to find herself. And she would be a young adult woman going through the world, doing all with this crazy mindset and wacky attitude, and she'd be fun and fun-loving, and her crush on Yuri wouldn't be super fucking weird and creepy, right? Like would all be much, much better if everyone was just 10 years older. Rita being a genius tier mage that people respect and know of as a researcher make a hell of a lot more sense if she was 26 than if she's 16. I think is what she is, but I'm not 100% sure. Right? Like,
Rita Morton.
It just, everything about it is just like, and from there, right? Like, again, from there, all of the other things that I've said, right? Like, actually taking their story seriously, actually taking their plotting seriously, actually having a bit of foreshadowing. God, please, stop games.
It's
writers.
Crazy to me.
Foreshadowing is one of the easiest literary devices and most effective. All you have to do is know that I want my character to end at point Z, right? Which is a huge reveal and twist. Taking Raven as an example, is a huge reveal and twist. So, I'm going to seed these breadcrumbs, have these foreshadowing events where these multiple things happen, and that gets the player thinking. That gets the player looking and seeing, and they're like, what's going on there? What's happening? I'm a little suspicious about something. Isn't this curious? Are we going to get answers to this? And then the reveal happens, and they're like, oh, shit.
Imagine.
Okay, that makes so much fucking sense now.
Imagine a conversation. So, remember when the party found out that Yuri's been killing people, right?
Yeah.
And there's a part where he's talking to everybody about how they feel about, what he has done and continuing to adventure with him, right?
Yeah.
Imagine with the conversation, if he had a conversation with Raven about that, and Raven says something along the lines of, it's okay, I've had my experience with death before in the past, which makes you think maybe he killed a lot of people in the war. But no, he's talking about that he fucking died.
His own death, right?
Yeah.
Or maybe he has a negative reaction towards Yuri because of it, right? Like, here's another thing, right? Like Yuri's whole vigilante shtick amounted to nothing.
Yeah.
And
that was like one of the key defining factors that made him a memorable character.
And what has it amounted to? Nothing.
Just him and Flynn arguing.
Oh, they argued, and they're still best friends.
Yeah.
No clash. No trying to,
Yeah, because in that skit, it's like Patty was like, "Are you still friends with Yuri?" And like, without a femtosecond of hesitation, he's like, "Yes, absolutely."
Any of the characters having issues with Yuri, freaking out at him, coming at him, not trusting him. Carol had like a brief scenario of like, do you think what you did is right? Why couldn't you trust? Why didn't you tell me? And that was it.
Yeah.
Nothing else. And it has amounted to zilch. You're gonna build up this whole thing where your the one of the key parts of your story is your main character is he takes justice outside the law because he's seen how too frequently the law isn't justice. The powerful use it as a shield. to get away with whatever the fuck they want to do. And he's tired of it, and he takes it into his own fucking hands. And then it amounts to nothing.
And then that plot thread kind of just went away.
Exactly. Because you know what happened?
It's just gone.
All that happened was it amounted to nothing. Nothing happened with any of the characters. And then the game morphed away from that into the classic, we are the party saving the world. That's it. Right? So none of the vigilantism even matters anymore.
It really
doesn't.
It doesn't.
The whole game didn't even have to be a the party saving the world scenario. It could have just been following the story of Yuri as this man struggles with the darkness of being a vigilante and taking justice into his own hands, and the people that come and go in his life that he doesn't want these people to look down on him or feel like there's something wrong with him or anything like that, but he also doesn't want to stand aside and let bad people get away with bad things. And instead, we get two 1.5 murders. He killed one person. I'm sticking to that. He killed one man, and the other man drowned himself in sand. Right? So we get 2 of those, and then it amounts to nothing, and then it's all gone. It's all pushed aside because, that doesn't matter anymore. We gotta save the world. Technically, we have to save Estelle, but it's gonna be we have to save the world.
Yeah. No, no, I'm on board.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
It could still be relevant. We could be fighting Flynn and his people right now because it could be a 3-way battle. It could be us versus Flynn versus Alexei because Flynn is convinced that Alexei deceived him. Alexei's a piece of shit. He realizes that now. He has evidence of Alexei's betrayal. He's going to take down Alexei. But you know what, Yuri? You're no better because you took justice into your own hands, and I'm not going to let that happen because I'm Flynn. Flynn is a dead character to me now.
Or it could have that would be good. Another one would be like that for whatever reason you could just find, or the writers find reasons for whatever they need, right? But Flynn is too dedicated to the knighthood, so he sticks with Alexei, right? And then there's a confrontation between Alexei and Flynn, and Flynn's trying to win, or Yuri's trying to win Flynn over, and like he's almost doing it, but then Alexei just pulls out but he has a murderer card.
Oh yeah, absolutely, 100%.
And then like that's enough to pit Flynn against Yuri, right?
Yep. And it could have been a cool clash. Absolutely. Making these moments matter. Making the decisions that Yuri actually made matter. And instead, none of it matters. Like, it all legitimately ends up being irrelevant. Judith withholding information, screwing the party over, doesn't matter. Don't care. Rita's abuse, everything horrendous that she's done to the party, doesn't matter. Raven's betrayal, legitimate betrayal. Not even just like Judith's half not gonna tell you about shit betrayal. Raven's legitimate betrayal. Doesn't matter, right? Carol. And really all I have here is being an absolute fucking coward, right?
Carol
doesn't matter, right?
Here.
Is a child. He's here. Same thing with Patty. He's
present.
Here. And I gotta say, I don't want to do this. I really don't want to do this. But Rapide's not a fucking character.
No.
He's not.
No.
I love him. He's cool. He's a great pupper. Give him moments. Have scenarios where Rapide matters. Where have a solo Rapide mission. Have like instances of Rapide's backstory come up.
It's hard because Repeat can't talk, you know?
No. Don't tell, show.
I mean, I guess that's a poor argument when, like, half of all RPGs are silent protagonists. So
100%.
There is ways.
And here's the other thing, right? Like, Rapide gets talked to all the time. You want to tell about Rapide's backstory? Have someone show up who recognizes Rapide. And all of a sudden that person's like, yo, where'd you find that fucking dog? Right? Like, because let's be honest, Rapide is a ninja dog from some hidden ninja village. Like, that is the only answer to what the fuck Rapide is.
Yeah.
Instead,
let me tell you about
we get
how he got that scar on his eye.
information about Rapide, and he's just a dead character. He is a gimmick mascot character that I love dearly because he looks really cool and he's a pupper, right? But if you took Rapide out of this game entirely,
nothing changes.
Nothing changes.
Nothing changes.
And that sucks. That's shitty.
I cannot wait.
I hate it.
For like a month later, I'm going to ask you to go into your analytics and see the timeline of when people drop off.
Oh, no. Fortunately, no one watches these. The only videos I get views on YouTube, right?
Dom?
The only videos I get views on YouTube are Dominion's videos, D&D videos, and then occasional weird videos like my Vampire Survivor videos are getting more views here recently because Vampire Survivors had another big release or whatever. Another big update, right?
Like,
so whenever something gets an update, I get more info. Need to put this up as a podcast. I've been trying to convince Jay for a little bit now.
We actually
we
tried
need to do
doing a podcast before.
We did, but it was like we tried to like really structure.
We tried
things
with Video Game Book Club.
I think you and I just need to do a shoot the shit podcast where we pick like some topics and we're like, hey, let's rant about these topics, and we just go. Right? And if we have fun with it, it turns into something more structured after that, right? But yeah, like those are the only games that get any views on YouTube for me. This will get like 1 or 2 views initially, and then maybe over the course of a month it'll get like 5 or 6. And no one is gonna make it anywhere near to the end of this currently 4-hour and 24-minute video. Absolutely not going to make it. Throw this part up on YouTube, just Tales of Vesperia rant. I should just snippet all this stuff together.
Bro, you gotta be careful with that, because we talking shit about, like I said again, one of the like most renowned in the franchise.
Yeah, I know.
Vesperia has been like put on a pedestal.
I get it.
And I was one that like would put it there too. Like,
and I fully understand, right? Like I get that my arguments are logical and valid, and I can point out reasons for why I feel the way that I do, and I can describe literary devices that would improve this or that, etc., etc. And I realize that the people that are gonna freak out at me will not care, listen, or accept any of those arguments in any way, shape, form, or fashion.
Oh man, I know, I understand that
100%. Oh, I did.
I understand that. Like in some of the comments I got on my Chrono Cross video,
Chrono
I
Cross?
get it.
Look,
I know.
Fandom is what it is. Fandom is love it or hate it. It is a dogged, just hysterical force that makes people blind to the things in front of them.
Yeah, it's fucking gamers, man.
We say as gamers, right?
Yeah, I know.
Right?
That's why we can say it.
Let me play Chrono Trigger in front of you and start ripping that game a new one and see how you feel about that, Jay.
I mean,
here's the fun thing about.
I have seen people write, like, I've seen videos talking about how, you know, Chrono Trigger is overrated or what, and it's fine. I think that person's wrong, but like, it is fine that they have that opinion. At the end of the day, it's a video game.
There's one key thing that makes Chrono Trigger, for better or worse, there's one key thing that makes Chrono Trigger very easily defensible from this type of situation. And that is the concept that less is more, right? If you take the dialogue in Chrono Trigger, everything that's said, all of the different conversations that are had, story conversations, obviously, we don't give a shit about all the random shit, right? You take all of that and you put it in a script, it's not going to be a 10th of the size of what this game is, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep,
so
correct. Yep.
The thing there is it's much more compact, and there's less vagary. There's also less bullshit. There's less padding. There's less...
Which is crazy because it's a story about time travel.
But
it's
that
one of the
makes...
topics where you could completely bloat the dialogue out the fucking window.
But they couldn't do that because they had size limitations on cartridges, Jay. Right? So they had to do it with a finite amount of shit. So they have a more compact, more bare bones story. And unfortunately or fortunately, depending on your point of view, that makes it harder to poke holes in and rip apart. Right? There's less fluff. There's less shit that can go wrong. You love this game, but you did rant when you played it and found out how old everyone is. I fully respect, because I also have some games that I love that I recognize aren't the greatest game, and that does not hinder my love for them in any way, shape, form, or fashion. Right? Like, even after having played Wild Arms 2 in the past 5 years and being like, damn, this is rough, especially towards the end, I still love the game, right? I will never criticize someone for loving a game, even a game like this that I'm ripping to shreds, because it's perfectly valid. You get the nostalgia hit,
Saga.
Right? Huh?
Unless it's Grand Stream Saga.
Even if it's that fucking trash piece of shit, it's still acceptable. Well, you can love what you love. That is perfectly fine, right? Like, zero shade, especially if you love a game because you played it when you grew up. Because that nostalgia shit, that child imprinting, is so powerful. It is difficult to overcome, and I will never begrudge anyone that kind of childhood adoration of a thing. Perfectly valid. And for clarity, and I've probably for clarity this 7 times just tonight. I know I've done it a dozen times at this game, period, over the course of us playing it. But I think there's a good story at the core of this game. I just think it's written and executed so fucking poorly. All of these examples I give, if it was a trash game, if it was truly, oh, this is just weird and mind-bogglingly garbage, then I wouldn't be able to see something and 30 seconds later immediately spout a better way to do it. I can only do that because it's very easy to see, oh, this is kind of what they could have done. This is what they did, and this is something that's achieving the same thing, but doing it in a better, more impactful way, right? I couldn't do that if the underlying base wasn't already there, right? I'm not just making shit up off the cuff, right? I'm going, oh, I feel like I see what they're trying to do, and it was crappy. So what they could do is this instead, and it would be really cool. You know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Jay?
Yeah?
We stopped playing almost an hour ago, and we've been ranting this entire time.
I think one of the reasons is because we realize the legacy of this game, or like the legacy that it left back when it originally came out, and that's conflicting with our current opinions. So it's like we just, it just makes you want to talk it out. Be like, I've got to rationalize.
I've got to rationalize this. I've got to. Am I just reacting poorly to this? Am I just being weird or an old fogey? Am I being stupid or what I'm saying making sense, right? Like, absolutely, just got to rationalize this. I gotta tell you, right? Like, I'm legitimately scared about playing Tales of the Abyss now because I remember loving that game. I remember being like, oh, this might be the best Tales game I've ever played. When I played it a decade ago or whenever the fuck I played it, I don't even remember anymore, right? Like, I'm legitimately worried that when we play that, I'm gonna be like, oh god,
no.
this is Vesperia all over again. Oh no, oh god, like I'm concerned.
That hasn't been the case for the most part. Like,
it hasn't, right? Like most of the Tales games, I agree with you. I think you have a very salient point in the concept of we're spending so much time while playing this game talking about the game and deconstructing the game because of the legacy of the game, right?
Yep.
There are other Tales games that we played that I think have arguably worse issues or are just as bad or have some weird kludginess to them, but we didn't spend as long talking about them because they don't have the same legacy that
they don't have the same
does.
renown. Nobody's talking about Zillia.
Yeah, 100%.
All these years later.
Zillia was the easy example that I could jump into, right? It's just like Zillia had so many fucking problems. There was a lot of fun stuff going on with it, but it had so many fucking problems. And I ripped it a new one, but I didn't spend so much time like doggedly trying to reconstruct Zillia like I have Vesperia. But at the same time, maybe that goes to show that like the core structure of Zillia wasn't as good as Vesperia. Again, right, like you've seen me when I play bad games. A lot of times when I play bad games, if they're truly bad, I'm just riffing on how bad they are. I'm not trying to say how they could be better.
And like when you're playing like a game that you're genuinely like into, like you don't end up like pausing to have to talk out like
for 30 minutes.
Like in Metaphor, anytime you've like stopped to talk things out, it's usually like, oh, and this, or you know.
Or oh, I think maybe if they did this, this would have been cooler, right? Like, I'm not gonna stop playing, or I'm not gonna pause what's going on right now because I'm really into it. But I'm gonna try to remember this thing for later to talk about it because I think it's fun to talk about that type of thing, right? Like,
and like you do the thing where you're like predicting things and like
because I'm invested.
Yep. You're like really getting into the weeds. Look! I still have 2 silhouettes in my like
the other
follower relationship.
If I'm playing a game,
I don't have a Parapus in there yet, so
if I'm playing
how many
a game that I
do I
think
know?
is good and I'm invested in, I also give it a lot of grace, right? Because no game is perfect. Even in Metaphor, I'm like, okay, that was weird, or okay, I didn't like that as much as I want, right? Like here lately in Metaphor, towards the end, it feels like things are significantly less put together than it did at the beginning, and it feels like they're a bit more rushed. But I'm not letting it freak me out, and I'm not spending an hour bitching about it, because overall, I'm having a blast playing the game, and I'm still super invested in it, right? Whereas something like this, I'm like, I have very little investment. My investment is deconstructing and reconstructing this game.
Bro,
especially when it does shit like it did with Raven tonight. It just boggles my mind.
Yeah.
How? I do not know what writer was like, this is the story we're telling. I'm going to gloss over so many things.
It's fine.
This is the story we're telling about this vigilante and these people and this empire and this city of mercenaries and these strange things called Intellikeia and this fucking, system of magic called air instead of aether, and that just trips Jay the fuck out because it's a pain in the ass. Like, all of that happens, blah, 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 blah. Oh yeah, there's this old guy, and he was always on the bad side and is actually this guy you've heard of multiple times, and he's gonna kill you now. What?
I'll tell you what, though.
Who the fuck wrote that? Who the fuck wrote that like that? And
Well,
why
you know
did
what?
that
Once we
person
beat the
not
game,
think at
we can
all?
look at the credits.
Why did the person not think at all that it would be a good idea to have any sort of foreshadowing? I just... I saw you yawn. We're taking that as a cue. It's time. It's
Okay.
almost 1 a.m. in the fucking morning.
Well,
and if
that's
I
probably
don't
for the
stop
because I was about to
myself...
start talking about Xenogears.
No! Oh, goodness. The first
gotta take
half
that one
versus
for
the
podcast.
second half. Oh my god.
Like, ugh.
I don't even want to play that game ever again.
No. I tell you, you yourself can make any copy of Xenogears a better game by opening up, taking disc 2, and snapping it in half. You have made it a better game. Done.
And here's the thing. Again, another example from our childhood that if you talked to me 20 years ago and you mentioned Xenogears, right? Like, I guarantee you every gamer in on the conversation would be like, oh, that's such a good game. Xenogears is
Best
awesome.
RPG on the PlayStation.
Such a great RPG. It's fantastic. Blah, 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 blah. And when you look at it now, you're like, oh, there's some really cool things going on in the first half of the game. There's some weird shit, but there's some cool stuff going. It's got some interesting themes and does some stuff really well. What the fuck is going on in the second? The second half of the game is not a game. The second half of the game doesn't exist. It's not a game. You're correct.
Like,
just get rid of this too.
Again, I'm not gonna go into it, but the fact that like major events were just text scrawls.
That's what I'm saying. It's not a game.
It's just Faye sitting in a chair in a starry background with fucking like screenshots of what was happening.
Like, it's wild. It doesn't make any sense.
And it's like, here's the thing. Like, you can say like, all right, well, it's a great game if you don't include the second half. I'm like, but you can't do that. It's part of the game. Like,
100%.
The second disc practically ruins the first one. Even
I don't
if
disagree
it
with you.
evens out and it's just like an okay game, like it's still not the fucking top 3 RPGs on the PlayStation 1 anymore. Absolutely fucking not.
But that goes to show you, right? Like, that power of nostalgia and legacy, right? Like, that we're talking about with Vesperia. So many people have such a good reaction and love towards Vesperia, and we're playing again, and we're like, what the fuck? You were one of those people. You came into this like, Vesperia is one of my top Tales games, right? Yeah. And now you're just like, what have you done, Jeremy? Why have you ruined this for me?
No. I've been in this boat before. It's not your fault. I've been here before. I know what this is.
it's just the removal of the rose-tinted glasses. That's all it is, right? Like, it's just when you go back and look at these things with a more critical eye, sometimes you're rewarded and you're like, oh, this thing that I love, it's not perfect, but it really was great. And then sometimes you go back and you're like, this thing that I thought I loved is an abomination, and I question myself when I go to sleep at night.
Just to be fair, I don't think Vesperia is a bad game. It's just not what I remembered.
100%. Everything that I'm saying, this is not a terrible game, right?
No.
It is not a terrible game. It's probably a 5, right? The reason I make such a big deal about it is because the fandom around it will ensure you that it is a 9, 10, 11, or 12, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And it's reaching for a 5, in my opinion. And that's the reason why I make such a big deal about it, right? Like, if you take it on individual moments, like the Raven moment we had tonight, it might be a 3.5. It is really reaching for that 5 at times. But in general,
so I just Googled,
it's fine.
how would you rank the Tales game that you played in a Reddit? And I'm just scrolling down. I'm not reading them out loud, but I'm just like, Vesperia 2nd, Vesperia 3rd, Vesperia 5th, Vesperia
that's low.
2nd.
Vesperia
4th.
I'm really interested. What's number 1 on the majority of these?
Let's see. First is...
I swear to God, if it's Symphonia.
Abyss.
Please.
Berseria, Symphonia.
Oh, Berseria got a vote. That's great.
Yeah. Symphonia.
I that person.
Abyss. There's one that says Vesperia, Abyss, Symphonia, Arise.
That actually makes me somewhat hopeful for Abyss, but also scared because so many of these people are saying that Vesperia is good, and maybe I shouldn't trust them about Abyss.
A lot of Symphonia.
I get it. Again, it's that nostalgia bug.
Destiny remake.
Hey,
The director's cut made it on there.
Oh, that will
But yeah.
That was
But yeah, I mean, consistently though, out of all these replies, Vesperia
is rated
like
highly.
top 5.
Absolutely,
What?
it's rated highly.
Yeah.
And I think it's rated highly because, right, like take a look at the games that we have. Very few people played Fantasia.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, they can't.
Right?
It's very hard to play.
Exactly. So
it doesn't exist in English. Like,
after Fantasia, right? Like the first one that came to America was Eternia, right?
Destiny came in English.
Did Destiny come in English?
Destiny, yeah, I've got it.
Okay, so
Yeah,
we have Destiny, and we have Destiny 2.
We got Destiny was the first one, and we did get Destiny 2.
Which is Eternia.
Yep.
Right? And then that was it for the PlayStation era, right?
That was it for PlayStation.
And so the first thing, because that was it for PlayStation, Symphonia was GameCube, right?
Correct.
And Symphonia was like
was PS2.
Let's be honest, right? Like Destiny and Eternia were small scale. They were not.
Legendia before Abyss?
I don't remember when Legendia is, but the point I'm trying to make is like the Tales, right? Like mainstreamness didn't really hit until Symphonia. So a lot of people's first Tales game was Symphonia, and then some people after that's first Tales game were things like Abyss or Vesperia, right? As they came down the line. I don't remember where Legendia fits into that. I think Legendia was like a PS2 era or something like that, and that's one that I like skipped, I think. But I don't remember. But like, no, it was like a PS3 era, wasn't it?
Which one?
Legendia.
Legendio was PS2.
Was it PS2?
Yep. The only reason I was going to be looking at it.
Oh, fair enough. So
I've pretty much all of them just sitting right here. I've got my PS1, 2, and like 3 games all like lined up right here.
So that's just the scenario of like, I get why a lot of people rate Symphonia, Abyss, Vesperia highly, because probably for a lot of them, those were their first Tales games.
Yeah, that was when they were introduced to the franchise.
Right? And then they picked up other games after the fact or continued the series. And that colors their placement of it, right? Like, your first impression of a thing, especially during your teenage years, is especially formative. So it just is what it is. I'm not going to knock anyone who comes to me and is like, I absolutely love Vesperia. I think it's the best Tales game. Good for you.
Good.
Have at it. I just think it's missing its potential.
It's crazy because when we were playing through Berseria, I kept comparing Velvet to Yuri, and I kept harping on, oh, he's such a complex character because he does the vigilante justice, but he's such a positive character. And then we're actually playing through the game. I'm like, they really did just kind of, okay, we're done with that now. I'm like, shit.
I'm gonna say, contentious phrase. Insert here. Velvet is a better character than Yuri.
No, I still don't know if I would say that. I think she might be a more dimensional character.
100%. Both a more dimensional character, more depth of character, more character growth, a more relatable character, a more understandable character.
The only
a character who has consequences.
I'm never gonna get over it.
That's a great line. It's a terrible line. It's a fantastic line, and it is a wonderful line to make fun of. And I will never fault you for making fun of All I Taste Is Blood.
I swear to God, when she said that, my eyes rolled out of my skull and out of the room. Like, I'm like, guess I won't be needing these anymore.
But she's a great character. She's a great character. She has absolutely legitimate, real, relatable, like, emotional issues, love for people, a fear of her own brutality, her own dissent, right? Like, she has real reactions, real outrage, real shock, real ferocity, real...
I will say, like, when she finally realized, like the whole vengeance for Laufey thing, for her original brother, right?
Yep.
Not Laufey 2, right? Laufey 1. Like, when she found out that all of these years she was kept up, all these years that she suffered, all of her previous actions and atrocities that she had done for vengeance for her brother, only to find out this is what her brother wanted. Like, that everything that she had done beforehand was just bullshit. Like, that was like a genuinely good twist from a storytelling point, and it was a really intense situation for that character to have to, like, you know,
drag herself out of.
Yeah, like to try to come to terms with.
Yeah.
Right.
100%. Absolutely agree.
That alone, I will say, it's more impactful than Yuri's vigilantism.
Blows anything that we have experienced in this game so far out of the water.
Yeah. So like I'm at least right now I am like walking back that comparison I made in Berseria when we were playing Berseria.
I think many of the other characters in Berseria have better arcs so far. Rokuru's arc, fantastic in comparison to any of the stuff. Even the weird kludgy bits, still fantastic in comparison to any of the other things that we've seen in
And,
this.
and like, here's the thing, like,
For all that you don't like it, Eisen and Eifried still way more impactful and interesting and emotional than anything we've experienced so far in this. I understand why you're not happy about Eifried showing up only to immediately get killed. I get it, but still better. Still
don't like it.
significantly
Still
better.
don't like it, Jeremy. Don't like it.
Eleanor having to come to terms with her own beliefs and understanding of the world and who the people that she admires are. It's always the church, right?
It's never the church.
But keeping to her, like understanding that just because the people in the organization that I believed in are trash doesn't mean that the ideals I believed in are trash. So I'm gonna live for these ideals and try to be what I thought I was being, while also taking on this organization that I now realize is terrible, right? And to go through, and it's not, there's so many games, right? Like a criticism to Arise, where real impactful issues happen, and then the characters go, okay, let's go, right? And they just like law
with his like daddy issues
and fucking Rinwell, right? They both have these scenarios
caster.
where it's super huge, emotional, impactful things that they just go, okay, I'm good now. Let's go. I'm good now. We're fine. Let's go. I've got this.
Yeah.
Right? And it's like, excuse me?
But
Eleanor
then
goes
you
through baby
have,
steps
like,
over
Shion-
and over and over and over and over and over and over again, slowly inching her way to the cliff, and then nearly plummets off the cliff when she really comes face to face with the truth, right? Nearly loses herself and has to claw herself back up to the understanding of what I believed in is still valid. And I'm gonna live for that.
Honestly, even the characters just like getting over their shit really quickly, I feel like that's less offensive than like
Sure.
the
It's
last
fine.
like third of the story.
100%. It's at the end of the day, that again is just a loss of potential. It's not something that is necessarily bad, right? Like a lot of this game. Again, going back to the concept of this isn't a bad game necessarily, but when you look at the just extreme loss of potential, where there's so many potentially cool, interesting story arcs that could have developed.
That's ultimately what I said about Chrono Cross at the end of the video. Despite the fact I ranted for like 45 minutes about the entire thing, at the end, I said that I'm not upset with what I got. I'm disappointing in what it could have been.
Chrono Cross could have been an amazing story with 20 characters, and people still would have flipped because you went from what, 6 or 7 in Trigger?
Yeah, you get 7 characters in Trigger,
and if you upped that to like 20 in Cross, it still would have blown people's minds. They would have been like, oh my god, but then you could have told a much tighter story. Those characters could have mattered throughout the story. It would have been a significantly improved game. And I bet you could, off the top of your head, I bet you could start listing characters and get really close to that 20 mark of who you think the 20 characters that would matter would be. Yep. It would be extremely easy. But instead...
I'm already thinking of several.
Right? Like, and instead, you get what we got in...
You gotta have Glenn, you gotta have Radius. I think you need General Viper, you need Riddell, you need Lene, fuck Poshul, fuck Mojo, fuck Skelly, fuck Maka and her 2 kids. Don't need Draggy, Turnip.
You're giving me a lot of of people I don't need. I was looking for people I do need, Jay. Yeah, I know. You're going down the list in your head.
I've got 2 buckets, and as I'm remembering them, I'm pushing them to either bucket. But
Again,
like,
this should just be a podcast, my dude. We should podcast Chrono Trigger, and it's gonna be here. We're gonna podcast. We're gonna pull up all of the characters, right? And we're gonna vote need or don't need, right? And we can describe if they're need. We can describe what their role in the story is and what their role in the story could have been if they were one of the core 20 characters, and how much better it would be. Because I can tell you immediately a number of different characters. I'll be like, yeah, okay, so this and this happened with that character. But if they were one of the core 20 characters, these 5 other things could have happened through the story that they could have been really involved with, and it would have been super fucking cool. But instead, we got generic, every character says the exact same thing basically throughout the game, just in a different font.
Yep. Yeah, and that was, like, I didn't even talk about this in the video.
Slight
but, like,
accents.
Yeah, like, if you get the best ending in the game, like, you know how you play New Game Plus, and if you beat it, like, super early on, you get the developer ending.
Yeah.
There is a place where you can talk to an NPC, and the purpose of this NPC, it is a single line of text that NPC says. But randomly, it'll pull one of the characters, put their portrait in there, and format the text of that sentence in their accent, in their quirk, right?
Yeah.
So if it's Zoa, it's all caps. If it's Pashul, it's got a lot of W's in it, right? Like
the Pashul
it's just to demonstrate the system that they had a script for generic person in party, and they would just apply this accent,
and it's like generic,
and they're proud of it.
Generic
they're
person,
proud of this.
Generic person in party slot B, and generic person in party slot C. Right? Because depending on who you had, right? Like it didn't matter. They wouldn't say anything different, right? But it's just, do you have this person in this slot? Do you have this person in this slot?
Yep. And there were times where you had somebody mattered. But
yeah, sure.
But the thing in Trigger was that was always the case.
Always.
Every person that you had said something unique that was relevant to what they would say, right?
With what was going on in the story at the time, right? The only time I think the only time it matters I think most of the time it matters in Chrono Cross is when those characters are forced into your party to begin with.
I mean, and there are times when that happens, but like, still, like the example I used in the Chrono Cross video was when you revive Chrono, because they don't force any party members on you, and you can't take the silent protagonist because he's dead. Spoilers. So you take 3 characters of the available 6, and every combination of those 3 slots results in a different conversation, right? Like,
but that's only 6 characters, right? Like they didn't even do it for all the characters. And if they had like 20 core characters,
it's like it doesn't matter. Like it doesn't change the conversation if like Luca's in slot 1 and Frog's in slot 2. Like
no.
Luca and Frog are present with whatever third character, then you gotta want to.
I get you 100%.
It's just that it blows my mind that is the system they used in Chrono Cross, and that they were proud of it. Like that they're like, look, we reduced all the dialogue of all these characters into a generic script, and I'm like, that's bad. You see how that's a bad thing, right?
I will say this in defense of that, right? So here's my one defense of it from a conceptual standpoint, right? If you're a developer, right, you're just a dev, you're not the director, you're not lead on anything, you're just a dev. And the people who are making the decisions have decided that they're going to make this sequel to a beloved game, but they're going to make it with, 52 characters?
45.
45 characters. They're going to make it with 45 characters, okay? And you don't get a choice in this. You're not involved. You just have to get it done. You have to implement what they want done, right? And so decisions are made around you. You're working on things, you're developing things, you're implementing these things. If the people in charge come to you and say, "Hey, we're not writing dialogue for every single one of these characters. Instead, we want you to make a system to where all of the characters have some sort of accent, and you have a way to detect and implement which character is in the party, and they are all going to say the same thing, but each one will say it with a different style, right? So that is your job. I can understand how if you were a dev, being proud of figuring out and implementing that into the game, and then having some little, hickey
Developer
this
rooms.
is a dev thing of this is how we, this is an example of how we did this, right? So here you go. Cool. I can get that. That makes sense. I think that is neat. I think the problem is with the decision makers deciding to go that route rather than whatever dev implemented it and was like, oh, here, I'm going to include this thing that I think is neat. Right? That's my one defense of that.
It may be unrealistic to have that many possible conversations of unique dialogue.
Sure.
Maybe
45,
that is completely unrealistic.
45 would be absurd, right?
So
if you could just pick
maybe
anyone.
don't fucking do that then? Maybe not have that many characters?
Maybe don't have that many characters, or if you're going to have a roster, like take Unicorn Overlord, for example, right? Unicorn Overlord has a giant roster.
It does.
All of the characters are in theory present, right? It's a campaign. It's a war across multiple continents, right? But not every fucking person is involved in every conversation. They just pull in the relevant people to the conversation. And those people are unique and have their own concepts and ideas, right? It's not... They could have had Chrono Cross with 45 characters, and all of the people could, in theory, be present, and you can put whoever you want in the party, but whenever there is something said, some sort of conversation piece, you're in a dungeon, you walk up onto a platform, you have 2 people in your party, but the story for that particular section might involve 2 other people. So those 2 other people step out of your body, because that's what they do in the fucking game. They step out of his body, right? And they say what relevant thing they're gonna say, step back in, and the game continues, and you play with the people that you picked.
I will say, the problems with the Eiyuden Chronicles, there were there, but you know what was cool? They forced party members to go with you because they're going to have some kind of relevant thing to the story. But they actually, you could have them in the current battle party, but they actually had a standby section that you could just put them into so that you could take any characters you wanted, but it wouldn't impact the story.
I agree with you, but I also think that it's a wholly unnecessary thing to do, right?
Yeah, it doesn't have to be.
Again, you don't have to force those. The mentality is that, oh, well, we have to force those people into the party because they need to be present for these conversations. Just have everyone present. Just have everyone in theory present at any particular time, right? Easy concept, right? Oh, if everyone's present, why don't we see literally everyone? Why isn't everyone in every single fight? Blah, 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 blah. Oh, because every time you enter into a dungeon, you select a vanguard. These are the people that are leading the charge into the dungeon, right? Because traveling in a group of 50 people down a 5x5 hallway is incredibly impractical. We can't fight. We can't defend ourselves. We can't be silent. We can't do anything. So we have a vanguard of whatever the party size is, and then everyone else is in other groups following up behind us. And oh, a conversation happens? Well, that conversation just so happens to be in a place where we pause and some of the other groups catch up with us. We have a conversation, and then the dungeon resumes and the vanguard continues forward. It's not a challenging concept.
Yeah. Or like you said, just merge the entire party.
Just
like,
merge. Just everyone, especially
everyone's
in a game,
present.
right? Like the thing that I'm saying is just one of those believable things for like a modern era game where you want that suspension of disbelief. In an era game for something like Chrono Cross, the people literally walked out of his body. We did not care. We didn't give a shit.
Dude, in Mario RPG, because there was never like a party following Mario.
Yeah.
It was just Mario walking around, and when you had the full party of 3, 4, 5 people, like literally all 4 other people would just like splort out of them. And there was a fucking gag they put in the game where like after a conversation when everybody's merging back into Mario, someone was like, hey, wait a minute, I forgot something. And then like they literally bumped into Mario, and Mario's like, ow, he like recoiled because like they interrupted the merging process.
The merging,
like,
yeah.
It was a gag.
Sure,
like,
100%.
Fucking hilarious.
But that just goes to show that like we wouldn't have cared if your cast of 45 characters, oh well, they're not in the party right now, so it doesn't make sense for them to pop out and say whatever relevant piece of dialogue they have to say. Why? None of us would have questioned it. None of us would have made any stink about it. We would have been perfectly fine with it. Right? I mean, talking about the whole, like, people just coming out. Wild Arms 2 did that too, right? Like, where you have a party of, like, 6 or 7 people towards the end, and you're walking around with 3 people. You get to a thing, multiple people just walk out of the character, and it's just like, oh, we have a conversation. We merge back in. We go about our business.
That way you could have specific character dialogue in Chrono Cross instead of having this like beep boop robot.
And it would just doing that, not even getting rid of, not even, minimizing the 45 characters down into a more manageable list. Just doing that, where people said things that were actually relevant to them and what they cared about, would have injected so much more personality into the game, and it would be a significantly better game just based off of that.
Yep, agreed.
Okay.
Figured. This has nothing to do with Tales of Vesperia.
Yeah, I love you to death. We have gone so far off the rails that we are just ranting about other games. It's 1:30 in the morning. That is going to be the end of this session of Tales of Vesperia. I'll be back tomorrow with whatever the fuck the next game on my list is, or the quintessential Night Rain, depending on whether or not we're all around, right? So we'll see how that goes. Thanks for hanging out, everyone. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye, everybody. Hey, everybody. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed the video, consider leaving a like, commenting, or subscribing. It really helps me out. If you'd like to see me live, head over to my Twitch at twitch.tv/thedistanthorizon.